Test. Psst, psst. What the fuck? I am not dead. I am alive. See, it is I. Hello, hello. Give it just a second. I forgot to grab my music. Where's the DJ? DJ! Ah. What the fuck? What the fuck? Out here murdering me. What the fuck? Ah. I found my DJ. It got real loud. There we go. Who am I? Did y'all forget? Did you guys forget? Oh, hi, Gibby. Cecil has joined me. Let me make sure this shit's turned down properly. I don't want to blow your guys' eardrums. There you go, but welcome in everybody. Hi, hi. I am Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as role build on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games, from RPGs to roguelikes. Who are you? That's all I can think of with Lillin's Who Are You? Good, welcome in everybody. Hello, hello. Welcome in Himi, Himi. Congrats on first. I'm very proud of you. High five. High five. You better high five this screen or I'm gonna cry. Yeah. Did you announce a break and I missed it? I did. I announced a week-long hiatus. One, so that I can rest my brain, and two, so that I could hang out with Weemai, because he's gonna be going to work very soon. Summer break is almost over for him, because teacher. And I wanted to just chill, vibe, and hang with him for a while. Stream's breaking. Oh no, fix it, Ghost. Hi, Verbax. Oh.
Hello there.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is a terrible time to freeze up. Hello, Crimson Artworks. Don't mind me. I'm just stuck. I don't know why I'm stuck. You missed my cute voice. Oh no. Okay, there we go. I'm back. I looked like a freeze frame. But welcome in, Crimson Artworks. Welcome to the Back Cafe. Please take a seat, enjoy your stay, and enjoy some tea while you're at it. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. My week-long hiatus is over. It is now on the regular schedule. I actually needed that, I think, because, I was very tired. I'm fixing my face. Hold on. There we go. I'm adjusting my headset. I like how it picked up my hands doing that. Hello, Oshino! How are you? Oh, get down. There we go. Good. Yes, I did. I had a really good rest. I slept like 10 hours every day. It was nice. Which, not to say I don't get a good night's sleep every night to come here, but sometimes I stay up a little later than I should, and then I lose out on sleep because I'm an idiot. Can't believe Desmona died. Yeah, I died, but I got better. But yeah, hi Oshio. I was just talking about how I took a week-long hiatus to hang out with my hubby. You're good. You're okay, I promise. So, have you heard of the Goliath's frog? I have not. I'm assuming it's huge. Because it's called Goliath. To think the battler was pumpkin dead. I was dead. But like I said, I got better. The boy is massive. I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna go look at a frog. Okay. Every time y'all tell me about something and I'm like, I'm gonna Google it, it reminds me of It reminds me of the time I was told to Google bugs on like my first stream ever, and I was like, okay, I'll Google it. I trust you. I didn't trust you. In memes? Oh, I can go peek. I lived, bitch. Yeah, it me. It me. Alright, where... Oh my god, that's a big-ass frog. I wanna hold him. I kinda wanna hold him. He's huge. Holy shit. Anyway. Fingers crossed stream works now. Welcome back, and let's hope. Let's hope and pray. Sorry I'm yawning. I'm not... Thank you for the water. I'm not tired. Dread! How are you, Dread? Thank you. Even though he isn't streaming, he's streaming in our hearts. Hey, I'm streaming for real. Anyway, like, favorite, subscribe. Oh, yeah, City? What's up? Pet. Real busy, got your own little... Go on my own little stream hiatus. Oh, that's fair. Ow! Me bugged my head with the finger. 17 months, oh my god. How long is that? 12 is... It's about a year and a half. Year and 5 months, I think. You need to work overtime? Boo! I'm sorry, that sucks. But Bloody, thank you for the year and a half. Holy fuck! Ugh. I'm gonna put my water back. There we go. Y'all are too sweet. Y'all are too sweet. But yeah, I'm back in the saddle, and we're gonna be discussing aliens. Specifically, I'm going to be probably going to be drawing some redeems, and we're going to watch a video that I saw a few days ago that I asked about, and you guys said, yeah, do it. So, for those who don't know, about a week ago, UFOs and aliens started trending on Twitter. Like, a lot, and like for 2 days for me, at least. And I was like, oh, what is all of this, then? I looked into it, and it's because there was a... Normally I'd say ew, but I'm on a 4-hour contract, so overtime is nice for me. You know what, that's fair. Big booba alien mommy. No, I don't think... I forgot about the mommy. I forgot about the mommy emote. Was that you? Has that always been you? Someone? Has it always been you? What's Twitter? I only use X. Man, fuck X. X sucks. It is a stupid name. I don't think literally anyone's agreeing with him. They're like, we're not gonna call it that. You realize this, right? Like, I'm not gonna call it that. I don't know if Leon's gonna call it that. I don't even think Leon really does Twitter. It's stupid. Anyway. Hot single aliens in your area? Maybe. We don't know. But we will be watching this video while I draw. So I'm gonna set that up real quick. Okay, but to be fair, Himi, I come from Tumblr, so I call them posts anyway. That's just an oopsie on my part, though. That's just me being an old Twitter man. Alright, where's that video? There it is. Okay. I'm gonna pause it. Yeah, so the video that I'm talking about specifically, I don't know how many people have actually watched the whole thing. I have. I have watched the whole thing since it's come out. I don't remember every point that was brought up, but I do want to watch it again with you guys so that I can cover each point, because it's pretty interesting what's in there. Now, I will say, we have to take it all with a grain of salt, for obvious reasons. what's the vid about? It is a congressional court hearing about possible UFO, UAD, whatever they call them, craft that has been reported on since 2016. Whenever Luis Elizondo did his MUFON video break or whatever, which a couple of those were debunked, but one of them, non-human non-human fuck, they said it. I'll go over it in a minute here. But we're gonna watch that video, and I'm going to do my best to translate what the fuck I think they're saying. Granted, all of this is subject to my opinion. Yeah, biologics, I think is what they said. But I know I know a lot of people didn't actually watch the entire thing, which is fine. It's a long video. It's 2 hours and 15 minutes. Biologics. Yeah, Ghost, I'm stupid. Thank you for breaking up the word in a way that helps me, because I'm dumb. Opinion is law. Yeah, my opinion is law, I guess. No. I'm gonna be covering this. Now, like I said, I am already predispositioned to some of the language and also some of the stuff they're going to be talking about, because I love me a good conspiracy sometimes, and I have listened to people who have talked about this kind of stuff possibly happening. So, I'm going to be interjecting with those things as well, but remember, at the end of the day, everything is subject to opinion, and at the end of the day, we don't know really what's happening, and you'll see why. They're just trying to distract us from real world issues. Very much probably. I'm sure that's... Oh, but... I'm dead. Oh, I'm back. Nobody said frog. The cake is that frog. I said frog. It was me. Hi, Lady Beast. Thank you for yeeting me. Yeah, but oh, now you have work in a bit. That's fair. Thank you for being here for wow, I blanked. Thank you for being here while you could. It's funny, it sounds fake when it comes from officials, but when it comes from nutjobs on the internet, I hang on to every word. Yeah, you're just like, oh my god, he's talking some crazy shit. Oh fuck, you're right, boo. It's the silliest shit. Alright, so we're gonna hop on over here. I really miss my palm. Oh wait, I could do this. I forgot. I could do this. Actually, give me just a sec. Where's my mouse? There I am. Y'all are gonna get to see under the hood again real quick, but I really want to do this. There we go. I wanted to bring it down as far as I could. Oh. My hand doesn't want to do the same. That's okay. Ooh. Okay, this looks good. Yeah, I wanted to adjust my tablet. Whose redeem is today? I believe it is Zetter, and Zetter did send me some stuff. So we'll be drawing Zetter while we watch this in the background. So I'm going to add in the video. Give me just a sec. Let me do that. Here it is. Okay. Where is it? Oh, wait, huh? What? This... I can't find it. Oh no, am I dumb? I think this is it? Yeah, here it is. Okay. So we're gonna bring all this in so you don't have to see my gunk. By gunk, I guess I mean my opera overlay. Speaking of opera, beautiful, beautiful program. I'm gonna move this above my Ko-Fi so you guys can see my Ko-Fi, and I'm gonna shrink it just a bit so it's not too in the way. There we go. Do, 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 do. Okay. So, like I said, we're gonna watch this, we're gonna just chill, and I'm gonna draw. We're going to an opera next? No. Opera is what I use as my... It's my thing, my stuff.
Wait a minute! What the fuck? Who are you?
Hello! Penguina! What the shit? Hi, welcome in! Welcome to the Bat Cafe. For those of you who do not know me, I am Desmond Dracula and I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns and I like to draw as well as rolebuild on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes, and thank you for the pet, Jed! Sag? Why are we Sag? Oh, because we're not going to an opera. They fly now? They fly now. It's a browser and gamers. Yeah, Opera GX specifically. Opera's always been Opera's been a browser for a while, but Opera GX came out a couple of years ago, and Leon and I made the switch because it's very, very optimized. It's very good. Also, have you seen their Twitter? Damn. The hello was so genuine. I almost felt better. You're fine. I guess I'm taking my tablet down so you guys can see my batty little face. Here are good things. I'm working on relogging myself on Opera. Opera's so good. It's so good. If you're looking into it, I highly recommend it. And if you're worried about, thank you for the pet. But if you are worried about the... What is it? If you're worried about, like, Chrome extensions and stuff, don't be. It takes Chrome extensions. You can have Chrome extensions on Opera. It's real cool. There we go. There, thank you. Alright, so we're gonna turn this up. I'm probably going to mute my music. Probably. So we could pay attention. Or I could put it on loop. That way it doesn't, like, blast my ears with anything else. I'm gonna turn down my music a little bit. There we go. It'll take Chrome extensions and like them. Yeah, it's really good. Way less resources. Yes, Opera is extremely optimized when it comes to both gaming and streaming. So when I boot up a video game, it's not going to take up, you know, it's not going to try and like fight the game for how many gigs it's using, how many gigs of memory that it's pumping at a time. Unlike Chrome. Chrome actually caused my computer to keep blue screening. Way back when, before I switched, and it was fucking frustrating, but now it's perfectly fine. So let me test this out.
Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Alright, how does that sound? Let me know how that sounds. Good? Good. Okay. Yeah, excellent. And the music's not too loud, not too pervasive. Because with that, I'm going to start drawing Zebber, and we're going to watch this. I'm going to pause it at times to talk about it. Once again, this is all subject to my own opinion based on what I hear them saying. Please do not take what I say here as fact. This is just me shooting the shit and talking about what I personally think they're saying and what I think is going on. All that good shit. It's part of ADHD lately. I'm working on new outfits that will deal with tail stuff. No, you're good. Like I said, Ladyface, if you have noticed, by the way, whenever you move your head, your tail moves with it. I can fix that. So don't worry about that. Put down, make any outfits you want. You can just send me the outfitted version with the tail on it. I can just bring it in Unity and fix that real quick. It takes like 2 seconds. Forgetting about the best internet ever, Microsoft Edge. Someone out there. Oh, also, I am going to be in the VAB Hangout. I see you're already here.
Da da da.
Ba ba ba! You spawn camped me.
Yes.
That's fine. How are you?
I also just arrived, so
Oh, you know what? That's fair.
it's like I finished work early, so it's just like, well, I just arrived. I saw you're live. I decide to shrink and just decide to sit there. It was like, it should be there someday.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hi, Lindo.
Hello.
Oh wow.
So I'm streaming the video that I'm going to be talking about in Discord.
What is that?
It's easy. It's easy.
We're gonna, I've seen it, but I want to go over it because it's really funny. Let's
What is that?
Bing, no Bing. This is a 2-hour-long video of a courtroom case, interviewing a guy who says that he has to deal with UFOs on a regular basis because he's a pilot.
Huh.
Yeah.
That
So we're gonna
Weird.
watch it. We're gonna see what the fuck they're talking about, and I'm also
Okay.
going to cover cool conspiracy stories that I've heard.
yeah.
Oh, my pen is huge. There we go. And we're gonna draw Zetter while listening.
Pillow man.
Yeah, pillow.
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 So let me find his references. That's one of them.
So many reference.
Yeah, well, there's 2. There's 2 actually.
I mean, it's more than one.
Drew. There we go. So y'all actually got to see the preview to what it's gonna look like. Kind of.
Kinda.
Kind of. He's not
Sorta.
even a bat, let alone a butler.
Spoilers.
Shh! Don't tell them.
Spoilers.
Spoipers.
Spoilers.
It's spoipers. All right. I have everything set up. I have the pose ready. I think I'm good. I think that's all he wanted. What else did he want? That's it. He just sent me the pictures and said, go nuts. So
Yeah.
I guess we're gonna do it. All right. I'm kind of nervous to watch this video.
Why? It's just
Oh.
poopy aliens.
Well, possibly. We don't know yet. So here we go.
Without
Yeah,
objections, so
possibly.
ordered. For today's subcommittee hearing, both the chair and ranking member will have 10 minutes for opening remarks. We may both be giving some of those minutes to other members of our party. I'm now going to recognize myself for 10 minutes. I'm actually going to try to get out of here in about 4, and then we'll give it to some of my friends over here. Good morning and welcome to the most exciting subcommittee in Congress this week, the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border, and Foreign Affairs, for discussion of unidentified anomalous phenomenon. I'd like to thank the brave military pilots and personnel, such as
Desmond's really sussily using an AI TTS. No! You found out my secret! Cecil is actually me.
I mean, we haven't heard of Cecil in a
Whoa.
while, so...
Well, try to take for this.
Oh my god, fuck!
60?
Shit!
Oh boy, that's a surprise. Yeah, exactly, like that.
Red, you killed me! Thank you, Verbex, for the yeet. I ordered a
Yeah,
comb as a
it's
present.
exactly like that.
Oh, that's what that was! No, okay, I'll put you down real quick. Not like
Ah.
murder. I'm gonna write you down on my
Murder.
archimissions.
No, sorry, Dad.
No,
Dad?
not dread.
Dread.
Murder.
Freudian slip there.
Murder.
I'm eating homemade Rice Krispie treats.
Oh,
I had some donut earlier.
there we go. I put you on the waiting list for commission. So I
And
will
for
get back
death.
to you about that
Yep.
after stream.
Death.
Alright, let's pull this back up. So basically this dude's like, hey yo, we're doing a congressional hearing with a handful of guys. We're each going to get about 5 to 10 minutes to ask them questions and interview them. And that's basically what they do.
Basically.
At least that's
the
what this
witnesses
guy's
on the
saying.
panel today for sharing their stories on how they've engaged UAPs, which has brought attention to this matter.
UAP, by the way, just
Curiosity and
means
speculation from all walks of life
UFOs.
have generated interest in
Okay.
studying what UAPs are and what threats they may pose. I will say that when I was younger in school, I read a book, a 1966 book called Flying Saucers, Serious Business, and for a while, when I was a little bit younger, I thought it was the most important issue out there.
Flying
The
saucer.
lack of transparency
saucers.
regarding UAPs, which was one of the themes of that book.
Me too.
Come
dude.
on.
Yeah, me too.
Come
In
on.
any event, it's led to interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they pose. The lack of transparency regarding UAPs has fueled wild speculation and debate for decades, eroding public trust in the very institutions that are meant to serve and protect them, as is evidenced by the large number of people we have here. I also want to point out in 1966, President Gerald Ford claimed to have seen a UFO, and in 1969 in Georgia, Jimmy Carter claimed to have seen a UFO.
That sounds about right.
This has led Congress to establish entities to
No
examine
member of
UAPs.
Congress can speak
the National
fluently.
Defense
Yeah,
Authorization
no one
Act of
knows how to, like,
2022
talk
established
in this.
the
Well, no, there's this
All-Domain
one lady who
Anomaly
gets it.
Resolution Office, or
Here.
AARO, to conduct
She's like
or
30,
to coordinate efforts
35,
across
I
the
think.
Department of Defense and other federal agencies to detect, identify, and investigate UAPs. However, AARO's budget remains classified, prohibiting meaningful oversight from Congress. In addition to AARO's efforts, NASA is leading an independent study on UAPs that will identify how UAP data is gathered from both civilian and government entities that can be analyzed to shed light on the topic. However, despite these offices being established, there lies a pressing demand for government transparency and accountability that cannot be overlooked, and that's been a problem that's been around for 50 years. The Biden administration handling of the Chinese spy balloon that violated U.S. airspace is one example how the government is not prepared for these.
That shit was
The
funny,
Biden
by the way.
administration's description of events
Fucking
has shown
Chinese
that the
air
government
balloon bullshit.
continues not to be forthright. Between the Chinese balloon being
Yeah,
shot
the
down and two
balloons was
UAPs
weird.
subsequently shot down following the event earlier this year, the U.S. government spent $1.5 million in taxpayer dollars on missiles, yet we have seen
That's a
little
lot.
clarity from the Biden administration. We must demand transparency from the Department of Defense, our intelligence community, and our defense industry on the UAP work. We're going to ask some questions about that today. Congress recognizes the subject of UAPs is multifaceted and requires a careful, data-driven approach. Today, we'll see clarity from these witnesses' testimonies.
Yeah,
Or we'll
so
see clarity
I will say
as
that.
to what can
The reason I said take this with somewhat of a grain of salt is because it is all just witness testimony as of right now. If more shit comes out about this with more physical evidence, I will also be covering that because, like I said, this shit fascinates me. But for now, it is just witness testimony, so we will be giving it, just
I should have said George to be careful.
Wait, what?
I'm from space.
Yeah, they're all like 70 years old. We watching the movie Grumpy Old Man? Yes. Where's the alien mommy at? I'll draw her, don't worry.
Hey,
can be
yo.
done to
We'll
improve
draw the
reporting
alien mommy, how
for
about that?
military and civilians and remain
Yes.
committed to objective
Yes.
inquiry.
Yes.
Congress should work to ensure that knowledge is not driven by fear. Today, we are not just debating the existence of UAPs, we are deliberating on the principles that define our republic, which is a commitment to transparency and accountability. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today. about ways we
Which
can
I
improve
agree with
government
that. We
efficiency
should have
and
more
openness when it comes to
transparency on
UAPs.
certain
I
issues.
thank each of you for your
Maybe
presence
not
here
everything.
today and for your dedication to
Yeah,
safeguarding
not
the
Definitely
rights
need
of
to
the American
know
people.
more
I
stuff.
look forward to your testimony.
Hmm.
I'm going to turn it over for 2.5 or 3 minutes to
I
Representative
forgot,
Burchett from
Sarah, what do
Tennessee.
your eyes look like?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for
Person.
being here.
Why are they
I
all
want to
sitting
thank
on the
everybody
ground?
for
I
making
don't
this happen
know.
today.
I
And I
think
want to
they
remind
were, like,
everybody
out
this
of
is a
the way for
nonpartisan
cameras
issue.
or
This
some
has nothing
shit.
to do with party politics. I think the cover-up goes a lot deeper than that. I also want to thank my
Okay, having a good nap, someone.
Nothing
colleagues,
better than a fresh
Representative
overdue shower.
Anna
Ooh,
Paulina
nice.
Luna, sitting beside me
Shower
here.
nice.
Jared Moskowitz, my friend across
Also, this
the
dude's
aisle,
accent sounds
has an
very
incredible
familiar.
mind, and I'm anxious to hear his questions. My buddy
He's
Eric
definitely from the
Burleson.
South somewhere.
And it's not in my notes here,
Maybe.
but Matt Gates.
It's
If it hadn't
either,
been
like,
for Matt Gates,
Arkansas
myself,
or
him, and Luna
Tennessee.
would still be down at Eglin Air Force Base trying to get some answers.
Answers. Yeah, that's
Some
either
answers.
Incredible
Arkansas
legal
or
mind.
Tennessee.
Also, I know I saw it in the crowd there, George Knapp, my buddy Jeremy Corbell. They're not witnesses, but they've provided some statements on this subject, and I seek unanimous consent to enter those statements into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Also, would like to enter in, I understand now that this is unclassified and it's public record, but as we all know, that's sometimes difficult for the public to get a hold of. A report, Defense Intelligence Reference Documents,
This guy sounds
Advanced
boring as
Space
shit.
Propulsion Based on Vacuum,
I feel
Space-Time
kinda mean
Metric
thinking that.
Engineering, some light reading for some of our
If I call
members.
the mommy
Without
alien or
objection.
not.
Thank you.
Bye, alien
You know,
mommies.
Mr. Knapp wrote, since 1969, the position our military has been that
Alien mommy.
UFOs pose
Sorry,
no threat to
alien mommy.
national
Sorry,
security
mommy?
and are not worthy of further study. I'd say that's the biggest understatement of the decade. He also goes on to talk about the dismissive attitude. It's at odds with what was revealed in documents, reports, and internal memos. And Mr. Cabral says, as he writes these words, the UFO is emerging as a major topic of global importance. I can state that as a fact. Out there, I met a
I'd like to think the globe itself on fire is more of global importance, but
People and priorities. They want the goddamn boobas.
you right.
fellow who came in here all the way from Denmark to be here for this meeting. So this is huge. This is worldwide. I think we suspect what's going on, but I'd also like to thank the members of Congress who have supported our efforts to make this hearing happen. Some have even confided to me that they've had UFO sightings of their own. Those members, of course, some of them wish to remain anonymous, and I'll keep it that way. But also, finally, I'd like to thank these three brave witnesses here. They took an oath. They took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and dadgummit, they're doing it. And we owe them a debt of gratitude.
Dang nabbit.
Dagnabbit, dadgummit.
Yeah, that's a southern phrase.
Daggummit.
I
Dagnabbit.
think that's funny.
Well, it's because southern people are usually very religious and they don't like cussing.
Y'all
so
quit
they'll
clapping.
say
You're
the
cutting in on my
silliest
time.
shit.
Just kidding. These folks,
Okay,
they've got
that one
nothing
was
to gain
funny.
from this,
like, y'all, I
and I
wanna-
think
I
you're going to
wanna
find
talk.
out that they've endured quite a few slings and arrows. We need to remember them in our prayers and their families, and I'm thankful to them for their honest
You know what,
testimonies.
Amy? That sounds
They
about
have done
right.
interviews and appeared in documentaries like Accidental Truth to get their
You know
stories
what?
out there.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
and now they are all here to testify under oath for Congress. It's been so difficult to get here today. I've said, you know, in the Baptist church, we'd say that the devil's in our way.
Baptist.
And,
Yeah,
the
he's
devil
from
has been in
Arkansas
our
or
way
Tennessee.
through this thing. We've run into roadblocks from members, from the intelligence
Roblox?
community, the Pentagon. I
Roblox?
proposed legislation
Oh,
to
no.
go in the FAA reauthorization that just said if
Not
an airline
Roblox.
pilot has a sighting, that when he makes that report to the FAA, that it would come to Congress. But I was told that the intelligence community did not like that, and the amendment was not even heard in committee. I think it's time for this country to take back our country. We need to tell the folks at the Pentagon they work for us. Dadgummit, we don't work for them.
Dadgummit.
And that's exactly the
It's like
point.
when
This
he
is an
says
issue of government
dadgummit.
transparency. You
Dagnubbit.
can't trust a government that
Dagnabbit.
does not trust its people. We're not bringing little green men or flying saucers into the hearing. Sorry to disappoint
Damn it.
about half y'all.
Damn it, no
We're
big
just going to
titty
get to the
alien
facts.
mommies.
We're going to
Come
uncover the
on.
cover
Sorry,
up,
guys.
and I hope this is just the beginning of many more hearings and more people coming forward about this. And I yield back the remainder of my time. I think, is it to Representative Luna, Mr. Chairman, or is that?
Yeah, we'll call Ms. Luna for her statement.
Miss Luna, by the way, she fucks
The
up. She's really
circumstances
cool.
surrounding UAPs has captivated the attention of the American people for decades, ingrained in even the minds of our nation's leaders from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump, Marco Rubio to Chuck Schumer, John
That is true.
Radcliffe to National Security
a lot
Council
of presidents
officials.
talk about
Yet from
it.
Roswell, New Mexico to the coast of Jacksonville, Florida,
Aliens?
the sightings of
Yeah.
UAPs have rarely been explained by the people who have firsthand accounts of these situations. This is largely due to the lack of transparency by our own government and the failure of our elected leaders to make good on their promises to release explanations and footage and mountains of overclassified documents.
People actually say, what, dadgummit? No, people say that. That's an actual thing. If it sounds like a stereotypical tee-hee silly American idiom, I guarantee it's like real in the South. Dag nabbit, doggone it. Like, it's just a way that they censor themselves without having to cuss.
I think it might sound weird, but I think it's really funny, almost cute.
Oh, it's
But
precious.
that's just me.
It's precious when, like, it's a little old lady saying it, too. Because, like, my mom will do that, too. She'll figure out creative ways how to censor herself. And it's like, at that point, just say the word.
Yeah, just
That's where
instead
my
of just
brain
breaking
goes.
your head, just say it.
On one hand, it's precious, but on the other hand, it's like, y'all are working too hard to not say fuck. My
Yeah.
favorite non-curses. Son of a batch of cookies. Yeah, that one's pretty good. Yeah, I'm literally just standing there saying, just say fuck. It's not gonna hurt you. You're fine. They're like, I shouldn't curse. That's what the Bible says. It's like, the Bible didn't say don't curse.
Babel?
The Babel, the booble. It's like,
The
that's not
booble.
what the Bible
The
says, but
booble.
okay, go off, I guess. I'm still gonna respect her decision to not cuss. I'm not sitting there going, do it, do it. You know, I'm not gonna corrupt my mom. And
Why
I
not?
also don't
Okay.
curse in front of her, because it's just a sign of respect. She doesn't like it, so I don't do it. But I don't understand it.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
the-
pretend to know.
I have a kitty on my lap now.
That's so
Nice.
cute.
Personally, the only time I need to hold myself for not cursing is when I work, because I work in a
could see
church.
that. Yeah, that would make sense. Cause like Leon, he doesn't curse when he's working for obvious reasons. He's a school teacher.
Yes.
If he cursed, that would be bad. But like my mom in her own home stubbing her toe, I think she's allowed to say shit at least once. One is a treat. Like, outside work,
Yeah.
it's fuckity fuck fuck. Yeah, exactly.
Fuckity fuck. Fuck.
Fuckity fuck fuck fuck. I cuss so much, by the way.
Oh, I do too. It's a bad habit.
I cuss so much. It's
Same.
it's fun. I just don't like cursing within hearing distance of my parents. Same.
It's my
I will
grandparent-
respect my
grandmother
mom
that I
with
don't
that.
swear in front of.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Parents,
that's
on the other hand, they're used to it.
Yeah, fair.
That's understandable.
I'll cuss in front of Leon's parents. They don't give a fuck. Like,
Uh,
his mom curses more than I do. Like, it's funny. All right, let me pull the video back up.
That continue to be hidden from the American people. This isn't just how I feel. In fact, the American people largely believe that the government has actively covered up the truth about UAPs. One poll in particular found that 68% of Americans believe that the government is hiding information about UAPs and not being honest about what we know about them. And from my personal experience, I believe the same thing. Another poll found that nearly half
Yeah, there's a reason for that. Our government is very shady about a lot of shit.
Yeah, so it's kind of understandable.
Yeah, they don't tell us a lot, even when it's like something to do with us. So why the fuck would anyone ever think the government would actually tell us if there were actually UFOs?
Yeah.
They wouldn't. Aren't all most governments? Yes, pretty much. The little girls are on their iPads.
Ah, cute.
Just holding it up to my ear. Oh, that's fair. I forgot you were babysitting today. But yeah, no, there's there's obviously distrust amongst the government. The government's been shady and shitty, like, for decades now. It's only gotten worse, and it'll only continue to get worse until we do something about it, whether that be elect new motherfuckers, and I'm talking, like, completely new motherfuckers. Like, they need to stop voting for Mitch McConnell, man. The man is...
I don't know who that is.
He is a senator in Alabama, I think? And he is like 80 years old.
Oh.
And he has like fritzes all the time. The man like just stops talking and he'll just stare. Like midway through a sentence.
Was it the video of the guy that just froze there for like 2 minutes?
Yes, probably. Glitch McConnell? Yeah.
Yeah, because
I heard
there
him
was a
referred to as
video
Glitch McConnell
recently.
because he had a stroke. Yeah, these motherfuckers should be retiring at 65. No
Yeah,
later.
because
That's it.
there was a video of someone recently that was in front of a lot of people, like answering question,
Yeah, and
and
he was
someone
like,
asked him a question, but he froze there for like 3 minutes without saying anything and even moving.
yeah, he
So people
he
were just
started
like,
talking,
we're just
and
gonna
then he just
go. That was weird.
and then he was just staring, and they're like, Mr. McConnell, are you good? And they're like patting him, and he's like, what? He's like, do you got anything else to tell the press? And he's like, what? And it's like, oh my god, let's get him the fuck out of here. This dude is too old. I watched
Yeah.
someone cover that video, and they're like, they're gonna weekend at Bernie's this man until he's 120.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. Oh god, fucking they. See, Miss Luna right here, she fucks it up. She's so cool. You know why? She's like 35, 40 years old. At least she looks it. She's got her head on straight because she's not fucking dinosaur dirt.
Yeah.
That's good. Aw, boop.
Hi, Sugar Skull.
Alright, let's continue the video.
Half Americans believe that the federal government is doing a very bad or somewhat bad job of dealing with reports of UFO sightings. As Representative Burchett
God
just referenced
zombie?
on the
Yeah.
FA bill that just went through,
does look like
you
a
can
God
tell
zombie
that that's
now.
exactly happening. Considering the thousands of testimonies and videos taken on people's phones and eyewitnesses' accounts made by credible witnesses such as doctors, pilots, scientists, and active duty service members, it is unacceptable to continue to gaslight Americans into thinking that this is not happening or that the potential of intelligent life forms exists other than humans. Even
Which
more
is
alarming
fair.
is the fact that these eyewitnesses are many of times service members and have no assurance that their lives will not be negatively impacted or even harmed by their experiences. In being an active duty service member working on an airfield, I've had conversations with many pilots where they were in fear of coming forward for retribution and or being taken off flight status.
That's true.
How do we know this? Because the government has said nothing to
Yeah, that is something that I've been hearing about pilots for like 15 years now. Everyone who's in the US Air Force has ended up at some point going, yeah, I've seen this shit. We've had multiple people, even in the family who are a part of the Air Force who are like, yeah, I've seen this shit. I have a friend in the Air Force who said, I've seen some shit. And he was a skeptic at first. He was like, no, people call us in all the time asking about aliens and why we're hiding them. And then he just shows up at me one day going, dog, I think I just saw an aircraft, like, disappear in front of me. I'm like, bro, what the fuck does that mean? So, I have a lot of Air Force, like, people just be like, I've seen some shit, dog. And it's really funny. Like I said, we've had family members who were just like, I think they were in, like, the Vietnam War or something. I'm not gonna say who. I don't want to, like, out anything. But yeah, one of the Air Force family members, an older one, basically always touted that, yeah, no, we killed them motherfuckers and we took their technology. Like, it's like, hello? Like, it was... I've heard some weird shit. I've heard some weird shit from people who have actively had to deal with that. I feel like it's just some experimental stuff. I don't know either way, because I haven't seen the evidence to either reasoning. because that's I'm in a weird camp. I'm in the camp in between the two camps with where these things come from, because like at the end of the day, I don't know.
To assure us otherwise. They have also did nothing to calm the concerns of over 20% of Americans who have reported to have seen UFOs or UAPs. We are simply told not to question the government and that the government has it under control. Today is the first hearing of its kind where we will attempt to get down to the bottom of what is actually happening with UAPs. But we will hear from people who have had personal sightings rather than Pentagon bureaucrats who have always been sent to stonewall our investigations. Just so that the press knows and the people know, we were even denied access to a classified briefing in a skiff prior to this hearing due to the amount of hoops that we had to jump through to grant temporary clearance to witness Grush, who has knowledge of classified information.
Okay, so basically she's saying, certain government officials aren't allowed to know this shit.
Huh.
At least that's from what I understand, and there's a reason for that. For those who don't know how America works, we put more stock in companies than we do our own government sometimes, to the point where the companies that have the money are actually paying for, like, sponsoring the government officials when they're getting elected. Super PACs and all that.
Huh.
So sometimes companies have more leverage than government officials. As fucked as that sounds, it's just how it works here sometimes. Hello, Amy. How are you? Companies are allowed to buy senators. Yeah, it's fucked. We're living in a late-stage capitalism dystopia nightmare, and I hate it. But basically what she's saying is we're not allowed to see certain stuff, and you'll see why in a minute.
It is time to have an open-minded discussion on this topic, to hear the evidence and understand the magnitude of what this means not just for our nation, but for humanity. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank you and Mr. Burchett for bringing this topic to my attention.
It is. We're an oligarchy. It's
now
fucking
we'll
suck.
recognize National Security Subcommittee Ranking Member Garcia.
Come to Canada, we got maple syrup. Hey, we've thought about moving. We've thought about moving to like
Yeah.
Well,
Scotland.
thank you,
or
Mr. Chairman,
some
and I
shit.
want to thank first our witnesses for joining us today.
And you'll be
Yeah.
I want
closer
to
to
begin
it.
by thanking you all for your
Sugar
service
school
to
and
our
me,
country
you go to
and for
Canada.
sharing your voices
And
today and
Canada.
our courage to be here as well. To
I
Mr.
forgot.
Graves, particularly
What happened?
Sorry. No. It's because I was like, you'll be closer to Sugar School than me if you come to Canada. And I also forgot that Lindo is also Canadian.
Lindo, yeah, and Lindo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of fun.
I do have a lot of Canadian friends. I don't know where I would move. I don't know. I've actually heard Bali's pretty nice, weirdly enough. This one dude's like, if you need to just like live somewhere super cheap, move to Bali. And I'm like, if we all did
I feel
that,
like
then it
just,
wouldn't
like-
be cheap anymore.
Yeah, I feel like Europe is your aesthetic.
Europe? Yeah.
Just
If,
Europe.
okay, if I had my way, I would probably be living on the outskirts of a town in Scotland, enjoying the nice, usually temperate weather, possibly northern Scotland,
And burning
in
in
a
hell with
Transylvanian
Himimi.
castle.
And burning
There
in
we
hell
go.
with Himimi.
I want to move from Ukraine. That's fair. I
Yeah.
sadly don't know where to tell you to go because I don't even know where to go.
Yeah, I know some people from Ukraine sometimes comes to Canada because a lot of things to support people from Ukraine. Like, I know there's some families from Ukraine that's living in the same town
Mhm.
as I am, and they're getting really supported by
That's good.
government and other, like, how it's called in English. I don't remember how it's called, but like people
Are
help.
they getting like a fuck? What is it called? Asylum?
I don't know what that is.
Basically, refugee asylum, where they're dealing with bullshit, so they can go to another country for safety.
Yes, but they can also start to live here.
Mhm.
Like some people, what they do is that some families and others can like help families that lives from Ukraine are like, how is it in English? God damn it! It's like
I
they
guess.
support them. They try to help them, like do the paperwork and everything for them here.
Mm,
So the moment that they arrive, they will have a place to live when they arrive, and they don't have to do much of the paperwork because most of them would already be done.
yeah, I would personally call that asylum, but I don't know if there's an actual term for it.
Yeah, I know my classmate live in Canada at the moment, so I mean, at this point, Vervex, it's up to you because, well, you're the one deciding where you want to go.
It's true.
I just know that here we do help people. I don't know how it is for other place.
Don't
It's
come to
just that,
America. We don't help anyone. Like,
yeah,
legitimately, America is terrible at receiving refugees.
And
yeah.
also, let me just add on top of things.
Oh, thank you for the snack. I have
We-
grapes.
Do a lot of things to help. Do not come up with the expectation that if you go to Canada, it will be all gold.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's
It's
that.
so far
though.
from that.
Yeah, there's that. It's
So
like,
far from that.
of course, it will be better than what happened over there. That almost certain for that. But it's not like the paradise,
Right.
you know.
Mhm.
It's like there's still shitty things,
We are
but
just as in a mess as a lot of people.
yeah, it's just
It
that.
doesn't get focused on in a more national side because of the reputation that Canada has.
I want to move not as a refugee. I want to change a place of living.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, some people, like I said, that's sure they start as that because, well, what's happening over there that explain why.
Yeah.
But after a point, you can become like a citizen if you do like the paperwork and everything. So sure, you start at that because, well, in a way, you're leaving that place because of that reason. But
We should all
yeah,
go
at some
sleep at
point,
Mimi's Hell as a preferable alternative to America. Yeah, let's all just go to Scotland.
yeah,
We'll visit like Mimi and we'll visit Reza.
yeah. If I
Yeah,
go visit
Mimi and
Himimi, if I go visit Himimi, I will go in the frozen side of hell, please,
I agree.
because it's more like Canada. So I'm just like, it's my element.
Feel like I'm used to it.
I'm used to the cold,
What?
so please.
Thank you for the sippy linen.
Welcome in. Alright, I'm gonna continue the video.
Grateful to you to spend some time that we had for you to share with candor
All right, and
some of
they're
your
talking to the
experiences. So I
witnesses
appreciate
now.
that as well. I do want to thank all the members of our subcommittee today, and
Have a
also
good luck,
those that are
Amy.
here and have waved on for their incredible interest in this issue. Particularly to Congressman Burchett, I know that your leadership has brought us to this place today, and I want to thank you for that, as well as everyone else that's been engaged in this work. I also want to thank the oversight staff, who I know has been working very hard to ensure that today's hearing is serious, that it's transparent, and that it also provides appropriate answers
Y'all
as
are
our
in
oversight
government. It's
body
already a clown
always
show,
demands.
sir.
Now, it's really important that we're here in a bipartisan way to have this conversation, which really, to the heart of it, is about national security and key to the subcommittee's core purpose. This is the subcommittee on national security of the Oversight Committee. Now, our witnesses will testify today that UAPs have posed a serious safety threat, and we must understand this. More broadly, we're dealing with real questions that get to the heart of our faith in government. Faith in our institutions, as we all know, is at an all-time low. Partisanship and alternative facts make it too easy to doubt narrative or our institutions. But this hearing will offer the public unique perspectives, building on years of reporting by both federal agencies and the independent media. Now, some of the earliest reporting on this issue was a groundbreaking 2017 New York Times report, which revealed research, as we know now, on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or as many call UFOs,
They're
by the
getting
Defense
oversight in this.
Intelligence Agency.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Mr. Graves and Commander Favor's experiences with UAPs have
Like
also
I
been
said,
documented by
they're
the
not,
public,
like, told
not just by the New
anything,
York
apparently,
Times, but
according to
CNN
them.
and many other national news outlets.
Which is
Now, the
weird.
Office of the Director of National Intelligence has
Hello,
published public
mems.
reports documenting UAPs, and on June 9th, 2022, NASA announced that the agency is commissioning a study to, of course, examine unidentified anomalous phenomena. Now, the sheer number of reports, whistleblowers,
NASA
and
know
stories of
about that
unidentified
already,
anomalous
though?
phenomena should
In
raise
some
real
way,
questions
like,
and
wouldn't
warrant
they have seen
investigation and
something at this
oversight.
point?
And that's why we're here.
Ah.
Now, pilots have
I don't know
reported
either. I don't know what
encounters
goes
for
on there.
years. Now, because of the stigma around reporting these incidents, we still don't have a complete picture of actually what's going on, particularly as our witnesses will testify on the civilian side, and that is a real problem that we have today in the country. Now, it's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can
No,
come
people who
together
talk
in a
disappear. That
bipartisan
is
way
true.
to cut through misinformation and to look at the facts in a serious and thoughtful manner. If we are to advance oversight and public disclosure, we must also gain the broad support of the public. We will succeed getting facts out to the public faster if there is a broad public support as part of the process.
Dude, everyone
Now, I understand
would be
fully
okay
that the
with
Department of
aliens.
Defense
What do you mean?
is hesitant to share information that could also undermine our national security
I mean, if
by
they're
revealing
hot.
information on the capabilities of our own aircraft, our sensors, and other sensitive material. At the same time, many people believe that we're withholding information from them, and that is
and
dangerous
also if they don't want to kill us.
I believe in openness and transparency. That is also the role of Congress, and I want to trust.
Okay, so that's something that I want to cover really quickly. If aliens wanted us dead, we'd be dead by now.
Yeah, basically.
If they have the kind of technology that people say they do and assume that they have, we would be dead 5 times over.
Okay, there's a lot
We
of
can't
things
even be friends
that...
with our own species, what I mean, we'll be okay with them. I mean, you're right. You are very
hold on,
right.
there's a lot of thing with me in there. Hold on,
Mm.
does that mean you approve of people making boobas? Always? First of all,
Yes.
are
And?
aliens gonna help me pay my taxes? I hope so. That'd be cool.
That'd be dope. Okay, so what my hope, I suppose, about all this, if this does come to light and this does end up being true, and we know that this technology exists, that's what I'm more interested in. The technology. Because if we have aircraft that can go faster than, like, well, we already have stuff that goes faster than the speed of sound. Stuff that goes 17 times faster than our stuff is even ever capable of, which they'll be going over that in a bit. If that exists, that means we have the technology to make our lives pretty much good. We might be able to have technologies that makes medical so much easier. The problem is, people who benefit from us not knowing that kind of shit might exist, because fun capitalism would want to keep that shit hush-hush. AKA companies.
Yeah.
Might they do?
So, like, because I
Yeah.
know, there's been, like, 3 different, car engines that's been invented, specifically to be able to be fueled by, like, things other than oil. And it's just, none of it would ever come out, because companies buy that shit out. Because, I do talk to a lot of people. I have a lot of family that does a lot of shit, and I knew a mechanic that was like, yeah, I could come up with like 3 different ways of how an engine could theoretically run on water and steam, but they're never gonna let me do that. I'd either get paid off or I'd get killed. I'm like, wow, that's awful. So at the end of the day, from what I've learned over my years of living is that I think companies are just mafia. It's, at the very least, private companies are a bane upon our existence because they don't let us actually progress technology at the rate we want to.
Yeah.
It's frustrating. They're mafias. I mean, they might as well be. You heard about what happened at Universal Studios, right? Whenever people are currently picketing and boycotting working right now, SAG-AFTRA, because writers and actors are not getting paid to work in the industry. They are getting treated like garbage, basically. So they've stopped. They've stopped making any manner of anything. And Universal Studios, one of the conglomerates that have lost a lot of their writers and actors to this this boycotting or this unionizing, I guess. They're trying to get better pay. Obviously, Universal Studios is very upset about this. So they actually cut Los Angeles-owned trees, by the way, so it's illegal what they did. They trimmed a fuck ton of trees that provided shade for the picketers. And here it gets to like 100 degrees, so they're like, fuck it, we'll just make them super goddamn hot. And now they have to pay a fine for being idiots. Granted, it's not a very big fine in comparison to how much they make, but I just find it really petty that they cut down a bunch of leaves from trees that they did not own, in spots where these picketers were gonna be, and it would provide shade for them to actually do what they needed without, you know, risking heat stroke.
See, what gets me though is like a smaller production company, A24,
Yep.
was able to be like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay,
We agree.
we'll pay you. Yeah.
And they're a smaller company.
Yeah, they were tiny.
And yet all the giant corporations are like, no,
No.
too much.
I can't.
They're like,
We're broke.
a company that's not even maybe a quarter of the size of Universal was able to be like, okay, cool, sure, let's go.
Yeah. It's gotta be a slap in the face, right? They have to see how fucking, like, cartoonishly villainous they're being right now. They have to. Like,
Well, they even, like, in an interview, they mentioned, like, oh, we'll just wait out until they can't pay their rent anymore.
yeah, that's right. They basically came out with a statement that said, we're gonna starve them out and we're going to make them risk homelessness.
But then they completely forgot that there are things in place to keep them for doing this, to keep them doing this.
Mhm.
Like,
Also,
there's things in place.
Not to mention, there are a few actors, like big name actors, who have the money for it. They've been donating to the cause.
Yeah.
So, like, Dwayne Johnson actually gave these guys money to keep up what they're doing. So he's like, I don't know what to tell you, Universal. I don't know what to tell you guys. I gave the picketers money, so pay your people. You stole my last dollar and now I'm gonna starve. Me, good. Starve then.
Yeah.
Go back to sleep and starve.
I'm starved.
Anti-disability side effects of that. As a person with spine issues, the anti-homelessness benches and anti-loitering designs at restaurants are brutal for me. I have to keep pillows with me to go places. That sucks. I am sorry. I've never understood the anti-homelessness thing. It's like, dog, if you want your city to look, quote-unquote, I guess, nice, and not, quote-unquote, have homeless people, make affordable shelters and places to stay at. It is not that fucking hard. Our taxpayer dollars go to so much stupid shit. It should be going to stuff to help people who are on the streets. This is why God said I'm not allowed to be a billionaire. Because I'd be spending my money on philanthropist projects like this.
In Canada, our tax goes to, like, literally everything.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
ours...
Like, literally everything.
Like, 80% of our shit goes to military. Probably not that much, I'm being hyperbolic, but it's still, a lot of it goes to military. And it doesn't even go to the actual people, it goes towards the technology. It's like, guys, we don't need this anymore. We can stop. We have so much shit. Like, we don't need to be the fucking military powerhouse of the world. We're not even using it. Can we not? Like, fuck. We spend money on benches that have spikes? Yes, we do, medic. We spend taxpayer dollars on benches that have spikes to stop homelessness. It's stupid. I don't know how most people notice this, but restaurants get chairs that are purposefully not very comfortable. So, oh no, those chairs are terrible. I have sat in some outside chairs. They suck. Tax dollars going to giving corporations money so that they can keep making money and we don't have to get the money. Exactly. It sucks. It's because of the fucking they're like, no, we have to keep our shareholders happy. It's like, fuck your shareholders. Who cares? They're allowed to lose $1 million out of the $9 billion they already have. It's dumb. I could rant about this literally all stream, and I might, who knows. I refuse to believe that every skyscraper are filled with things. Some of them must just be to look cool. Use them. That is something I've thought about too. We actually do have false buildings. Military is always needed. Technology is always needed. Not to the extent we've done it. We're going a little overboard. We're going a little overboard with it. And like I said, the money's not going towards the actual military people. It's just going towards materials. And it's like, we're not even paying our people. Also, then when we actually have our military and we make our military members go do military stuff, and then they come back riddled with PTSD and no background plan because they put all of their life and time and effort into the military, we have no veteran programs. We have nothing to help the veterans. And if we do, they're shitty. Unhold your shares.
No, my shares.
We have computers in my old duty section were 120k, our chairs were 200. And we're unpleasant for tall people, pregnant women, and older people. Oh, that sucks. Making new technology is good if it has a purpose, not just advancing something by a silver. Yeah, that's the thing. We're making a really weird... I don't even know what we're making anymore. I don't know what's coming out anymore. I know that the last I heard from a few people that we are coming out with a new type of model for planes, for military planes, and it's like I don't even know what the fuck we're using it for. We're not in any active war. We're just having big, pretty, shiny toys at this point. That's what it feels like. We should be working away from war, not
feel like
more for it.
the Cold War ended for everybody else except America.
Kind of. We just keep upping our military technology to obscene points. I don't know why. We don't need it. I'm a disabled veteran who was harmed by there being basically no thorough system to help and represent veterans. Yeah, it's fucking bad. $800 billion and the VA gets a tiny fraction. Yeah, it's fucking terrible. It's fucking awful. Not just you, Renetta. I have spoken with more other veterans. I have a friend who is a Marine vet. And that poor motherfucker, we've had to hear horror stories, and he laughs about it now, but that man has been technically killed twice. He's apparently been shot and was clinically dead for a few minutes. It's like, my guy. He's like, nah, it's fine. I'm like, no, it's not fine. You needed help. He got no help, by the way. The government gave him pretty much nothing. He had nothing to fall back on when he came home. Have you been keeping up with China news? I have not. I probably need to. Look at you, Disney. I just saw that, Laros. You're right. But yeah, we have nothing to fall back on for him. He is actually doing really well right now, but that's because he did it by himself. And he made his own business. And he only hires vets, by the way. Which is really sweet of him, because he's like, I'm helping my own. I'm like, you know what? Dude, go off. I'm very proud of you. Veteran experience. It took me 11 years to get proper compensation. Yeah, it's bad. Also, I understand your concern, Verbax, but we we have so much technology that nothing like that could ever happen. Unless someone came out with some crazy shit all of a sudden.
We have technology.
Yeah, unless someone is like secretly doing that shit too that we're doing. Like, I don't know, maybe China or some shit. That's the only country I can think of. But like, we're good. I can't remember though, did we actually help with the efforts in Ukraine? Or did we leave them in the lurches? I don't know. I don't know if America helped. I feel bad that I don't know. I only got my house because veteran sale. Yeah, it seems like the only help that veterans get is from veterans. I'm not saying stop progress. I'm saying we don't need to up our technology to the point that it is when the rest of our branches of the whatever it's called, of our government branches are struggling. Schools, for instance, our education system is absolutely fucking shit. And that's because not enough money goes towards it. Teachers are getting paid next to nothing. They're expected to deal with 30 to 40 kids per classroom. So the kids aren't really learning anything anymore. I also know COVID pretty much fucked that out of the water as well. It made it really hard for kids who are coming back to school because they're anxiety ridden and terrified, because of course they are. They've been in like one of the worst times of human history in the past few years because of like all of this dumb stuff that's happening. We've sent money and other items. I wouldn't say we're directly backed them with boots on the ground. That makes sense. But that was a big issue in some recent bills and items being passed. The problem isn't technological, it's that we throw billions and trillions of dollars at the military-industrial complex revolving door and get substandard products and tech gains. There's good tech to be had, but it wouldn't be profitable and doesn't get made. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. I think USA gave help to Ukraine. I heard they promised some Abrams tanks, though. I don't know if they were there. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know how much help we gave them. Hello, Pyrian! Hey, welcome in. We're talking about some heavy shit. Talking about how our government sucks.
So basically, if tax is one of the biggest things that you have to give, the government needs to balance out where those things are going, and that may be different from year to year.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, you kind of got to be like, okay, so this time we needed more for healthcare. Put more towards fucking healthcare.
Yep.
And then the next year, maybe you're gonna need to put more towards just general enjoyment services. There you go.
Yeah, we don't do that. We just say, more military money, please. And then we don't even really spend it on that because people just want to make a profit. Healthcare? What's that? Yeah, we don't have healthcare either. Not really. Some of us do. It has gotten a little better since Obama did his thing. So a lot of people can be covered now for the most part. But in other states, some states it just isn't in full effect. And a lot of Republicans are trying to get rid of it completely. Like I said though, not everyone is like that. Some unionized workers are covered fully, such as me and Leon, because he is a teacher, but it shouldn't be like that. Everyone should be completely covered. We're not, and it sucks. There's a paint that actually helps cool buildings, and the government is the one group that can make it affordable to reduce cooling and refrigerant needs on the power grid, and they won't. That sounds about right. Yeah, we've come up with all these cool technologies that we don't even use. But now we're looking for more technologies that we're not going to use. I have healthcare only because of veterans, but vet is kind of meh. Ukraine has free healthcare, but quality is not as good. That's the thing, though. At least y'all guys have it. I'd much rather be able to say I can go to the hospital for free and get something done, rather than just not go at all. Otherwise, I'm going to be 50K in the hole.
Yeah,
That's kind of where that balance kind of comes from. So when you have specifically private healthcare versus public healthcare, you are sacrificing certain things
Yeah.
for it.
Private healthcare
Because
can be a lot better than public, but it's also going to cost you a lot.
it's going to cost you a lot, which is why it's private.
Yep.
When you have a public, there's obviously people always complain about there's massive wait times,
Yep.
but that's just due to the fact that we can go and not have as much worry about it, stepping us of all of our money. And sometimes, yeah, we have to go multiple times, but that's not as big of a problem because we can most of the time.
So you actually have the option. Me, if I was not under any medical thing with Leon, I would just not go to the hospital. Because I don't like being the kind of person that would be in that kind of debt. I don't like being in debt. It scares me. So I would just rather not go. I would probably end up dead somewhere. Because I didn't go.
Yeah, we also are currently dealing with some people trying to be like, we need privatized healthcare in Canada, and most of those people are like, no.
No, fuck you. Yeah. It's stupid. Sorry to change the subject. How about the aliens? No, you're good. We'll watch the video more in a second. I kind of forgot about him. I kind of got jived with talking and drawing Zebber. I'm trying to get his hair right. It's like super fluffy.
Yeah, Zebber fluffy hair.
Zebber is a very fluffy man. Flumpy pillow. They think we can't through that beat through the BS.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
I'll pick you up.
These topics too heavy, I fall over. No, it's okay, Pyrian. I normally don't talk about this kind of stuff, but sometimes I just need to fucking rant about it, man. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
Her medical bill was over
Sometimes you
100K.
need to let stuff out, you know.
Yeah. Sometimes it just feels nice to just yell about it.
Yeah, I feel it.
I'm a grouchy old man. I gotta yell. Alright.
I mean, that's basically what we kind of talked yesterday, Desmond.
Also, my dog has joined me.
Puppy.
My puppy.
Therapeutic check. Go brr. Yeah, sometimes it's nice to just get it out. I've always had this idea where the government runs a private style hospital, so it's not technically state run, but all the profits go to the government. Maybe? Like I said, I don't fuck. Plan. Arson. Are we setting shit on fire again? We could have a Discord only rant about that stuff. That'd be cool. Like we do a Discord stream where we just scream. We just have a therapeutic scream session.
Yeah, it's like the
alcoholics.
It's like the alcoholic thingy, but like everyone rant about one subject. So someone get up. It's like, hi, my name is Desmond, and I want to rant about this. Hi, Desmond, and then we start ranting.
Drama games via Discord to release stress.
Thank you, Jen, for the biddies.
Getting bombarded by 5 biddies at the time.
Oh my
god. Oh my god.
Dread.
It became a shotgun instead of.
She is shooting. She is shooting from the hip. Oh my god. Dread, thank you. No choo-choo.
Choo-choo? I think
no.
Jesus, Dread. Jesus Christ.
Dread, thank you for all the... How much is that?
A lot.
Ow. Hey!
I don't count.
You just had to shoot the... Lillian, what the fuck? Ow! Here, let me count it real quick. 50... 60, 70, 80, 90, I am dead. Thank you for about the 100 biddies, Dread. And thank you for the 100 biddies, Lillian. And thank you for the biddies, Renetta and Blibby. Everyone is... Oh, hello?
Oh, now it's getting close.
Thank you for the gifted sub.
to
Cosma.
Cosma.
We're close.
Nice.
Thank you, Renetta, for the bunnies.
They're
No,
close.
Choo-choo.
They're getting there.
Nah. Was this because I was yelling like an old man at the clouds?
Maybe.
You draw a Zebder?
Oh.
I am drawing Zebder.
I'm drawing the cute
Yay.
pillow boy. Alright, let's... oh, look, a distraction! Oh, look, video! No, choo-choo, video!
Trust
Aha!
that the American people will be able to
Distraction.
weigh the evidence and make
Video.
up their own minds.
Engage.
Now, we have incidents where sensors, sometimes even multiple types of sensors,
No,
detect
video,
things
video.
that we cannot explain. UAPs, whatever they may pose a serious threat to our military or civilian aircraft, and that must be understood. Now, my career and training as a longtime and career educator and teacher and researcher
This guy also has
tell
a
me
good
that we should
head on
never rule
because
anything
he's also
out.
like, he looks like he's
We know
45,
that our
50.
space, of course, is vast and undiscovered.
Ow.
I also want to note that Mr. Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the component of the DoD office that investigates UAP data,
Skedaddle.
has testified
Bye-bye.
before the Senate this
Bye-bye.
year that his unit has found no evidence of extraterrestrial activity. NASA has also stated they don't have evidence of extraterrestrial life either, and we've heard this, of course, from some of our government agencies. And we should remind viewers and witnesses, which I think is really important, that we also cannot share classified information in public settings. But questions, of course, remain that people want to see data and information for them.
Hey, who was that? Hey! Hey, who was that? Hey, who did that? Hey, what the fuck?
Also, Gil, thank you for the 100 biddies.
And thank you, Anonymous, for gifting to Loros. I'm assuming the Anonymous was Gil.
I
Just
don't
my
know.
feelings. I wonder who that might be.
Oh, Renetta,
Thank you for the 6 and 9 biddies. Didn't find evidence of fossilized bacteria on Mars. I have no fucking clue, actually. I don't remember. NASA did start announcing that they found water for the 5th time, though.
Yeah, they found water. Again.
What is happening? Why does that keep
And
going
again.
off? Stop it. Stop it. Hurry up.
It could be anyone.
It
Well,
could
then.
be anyone. Oh, wait. That was an actual gift. I thought it was... Wait, where is it? It doesn't say it in the chat. Oh, no. Yes, it does. Stop it.
It's probably Lilith.
It could have been Lilith. Well,
I mean,
Lilith hasn't
sure-
done it yet. It was just
I'm sure
Gil.
he did something like that the other day.
Stares at NASA announcing they found water on Mars, like Disney announcing they added their first gay character. You're
Yeah.
not wrong. That's exactly how it works. They're like, guys, we found water on Mars. It's like, bro, we know. We saw water erosion before we even knew water was there. We knew there was water, at least at
Oh.
some point. Come on, guys.
Blippi has a point there. It could have been Desmond.
I think it was Desmond.
No, it wasn't me.
No, it's clearly you. You decided to have a choo-choo, so you decided to
Ow.
give yourself.
Thank you, Lilith, for the 500 videos. Water's your Mars. Dude, they need to stop. They need to get new material. No one cares if they
Yeah.
found water.
Like another planet or
I'm
like
assuming
something
they've-
else.
Yeah, like something. I'm assuming one of two things is happening with NASA. One, they found some crazy shit and they're not at liberty to talk about it because of the people that pay their bills. Or they haven't found jack shit and they're trying to sound important. One or the other. No thing. Oh no. Disney rips off everything. Most of their Renaissance movies are fairy tales from the Grimm brothers anyway. And now Disney's trying to act like their shit don't stink, and have literally tried to copyright claim Dia de los Muertos, and they've also tried to copyright claim Loki. Don't know why the fuck they thought.
Also, thank you for the biddy. What?
I have one bit left, have at thee. Thank you. Thank you, Renetta. I will take the acorn and I will eat it.
Have it the. Ow.
No, Lily, no, don't say that. They're not remaking Spy Kids. No. No.
Oh no.
No!
Don't. Don't tell me that. I'm scared now.
No!
Have I had acorn cookies? I have not. I don't like nuts. Take the acorn.
No!
Let me live in peace! Yeah, I know. That's why people just need to stop going to see their movies. I have not gone to see hardly any of their movies.
Oh, thank you for the snack. Num num num.
Desmond doesn't like nuts. Well, not those kind of nuts.
What's going on over here?
You're getting fucking smooched is what's happening.
Not on the cowboy hat.
Wait, what the fuck are you?
Not on the cowboy hat.
Not on the cowboy hat. I will kiss the cowboy hat.
It's high time.
It's high, yeah. It's high noon.
It's high noon.
I keep forgetting that's Matt Mercer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Matt Mercer is a bird. Fucking Mercer.
Oh Jesus.
Hey, you got a cupcake.
Oh.
Cupcake.
Oh.
Medic, thank you for the 50,500. I would have cried.
Thank you for the 1,050!
And Dread, thank you for hitting me with more.
So, what you doing?
Drawing Zebder while we watched this congressional hearing of a bunch of pilots and other dudes who were like, so UFOs are a thing?
Yeah.
And then we got distracted talking about how shitty our late-stage capitalism society is.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Oh! Medic!
Hi. It is I. The Desmond Draculae. In my maid outfit.
No more smoke.
Would make him cry, confirm.
Thank you for the water.
Let me get a little sip, and we're gonna continue watching this video after I... It's bottom noon. High noon's their weed brother. Rises bottom noon. Understood.
Wow.
Bottom.
I'll have you know I'm a switch.
Oh.
Gil! Thank you for the 1,500. Help! I can't see.
Oh, a pie.
Oh, a pie. Yeah, Gil, you
Ooh,
can
a
literally
pie.
throw a pie at me. Did I hear switch? Yes, you did. Ryza is apparently a switch. He's the lever in Minecraft.
There's a lever in my.
This is true.
So you're a switch and a lever.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Aha, aha. Nice.
Alright, fine, Gil. I see how it is. Why no cry? I feel robbed. I was crying! See? I was crying. Oh, I do want to update my model eventually, and I want to add actual tears. So... y'all are gonna get to get actual waterworks.
Waterworks.
Oh, where did I have a good lurk?
Aww.
Anyway, distraction. Look, haha. What type train? Video.
Themselves. The enormous interest in the hearing today underscores the importance of a fair and open look
Shiny
at the
eyes
evidence
engaged. Oh,
from witnesses who can share their unique
What?
perspectives. Now, I know I certainly have a lot of questions,
Shiny
and I
eyes.
know that all the members of our committee do as well.
What's
We should
your
come
water?
to this hearing with an open mind, and we should not let our existing
Wait,
ideas
Shiny
restrict
Riza,
us on either side. I hear over and over from many agencies the stigma around reporting and investigating UAPs prevents us from
I
getting
mean, I
real
suppose
answers.
technically I do
We know
have
that
a Shiny
whistleblowers have
Riza.
reported harassment, intimidation, or stigma as well.
Let me just...
And this is not acceptable. If people can't report incidents which would have
We're talking
national
Pokemon
security or
terms.
safety implications, then that also has serious consequences for us. As ranking member of this subcommittee,
Because what
I know
did I
it's
ask
my
you to
I know
do
my
that
job would
one
be
time,
completely impossible
Desmond?
if we
huh? Oh, right. I asked you to. You asked me to give you pink hair, so I did.
Yeah.
Oh no, what's happening? Don't look, chat, don't look. Don't look.
Please don't look.
Not the pantaloons.
Not my pantalones. Mi pantsu.
The underwear.
My panties. I'm gonna wear like really funny underwear one day so that when you guys throw me up, you're just gonna see like SpongeBob boxers.
Hell yeah.
That'd be really funny.
That'd be
Panties.
hilarious.
No, no, not your modesty. You act like I have an inicum of shame, Dread. I don't. Me freaking out about my panties showing is it's a bit. I do not care.
not the panties.
Not the panties. I was about to say that. Listen. It's just Leon face tidy whities. Yeah, it's suavemente Leon. Damn it, it's not up yet. One day, I will get this to be my, up in my top 20s. Look at this motherfucker. Ladyface! Did you...
What?
Was that a commission?
Oh,
Hello?
damn.
What's happening?
I got
He-
paid $100.
$100 on coffee.
Oh,
No! It was not! Wait, is it? Wait, hold on. No! Oh,
remember
shit!
how you helped with Tail?
It says, remember how you helped me with my tail? Take my money.
you just got
Well,
fucking loved on,
I
nerd.
just got, oh my god, holy
Get
fuck. You
bombarded
know what,
with
Ladyface?
money.
This is for you.
Piran, look, I'm pink. I'm your favorite version of Ryza.
Pink.
There, are you happy? Here, let's see what else I get. Ow. Jigglies. Ow. What else do I have in here? I have hearts. I have hearts. I have yahahas. There's pie, too. Where's the pie? Give me the pie. There it is. That's what I wanted. Also, thank you guys for the hype train, level 2.
See, look.
Nice pink strawberry lemonade.
But yeah, there you go, Ladyface. I've pied myself for you like 5 times.
Yeah, yeah.
Throws love ball at the shady Ryza.
Yeah, do it. But thank you so
Nah.
much. I will help you with your tail again, though. Free of charge. No throw money at me. I'm allowed to help you.
What the fuck,
I just
Radiant?
fucking slice it with my sword.
You know who I am. Unless you've forgotten, in which case. I'm Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire battler. Also known as a battler. I go by he and pronouns and I like to draw the rules from Blood on Wednesdays.
What about Wednesdays?
I also play for random games. From RPGs to Room
Hey, Desmond, guess what?
What?
I have 102k.
Nice. Are you gonna do it?
Jesus.
Are you gonna hit me with it?
Hey, what the
Not
fuck,
right
Radiant?
Shut up!
I'll wait until you're not
I
expecting.
don't
I just wanted to
know
let
why.
you know.
I don't know anything. I'm white. I don't know anything. Jesus can't help you now.
He can't.
I would also need to think of another idea.
Yes, that's
That's one of my
what
favorite
happened.
fucking clips. Jesus can't help you now. He really can't. Refresh the page with the height train isn't showing. Yeah, the height train disappeared. It
Yeah,
completed.
the
It completed level 2.
the
Chugga
choo-choo
choo.
finish.
Chugga chugga choo.
Finally finished this art. Nice! I did see you drawing yourself as a Tauros, Loros. Loros? Tauros. Hee hee hee.
Loros, Taurus.
And I was like, nice! Because it's really pretty.
Noise towards Loros.
That aside, yes, I'll be coming you as well soon enough. Just you wait.
Okay.
So there.
So there.
Okay.
Alrighty. Alright, I'm gonna calm my brain. We're gonna continue drawing the zebra. I saved, by the way. I haven't saved in the past, like, 2 hours. Whoops. And, let's continue this video. Wait, what? Oh, shit. Let's see, where were we? We were about 15 minutes in.
And that must be
Mr.
understood.
Garcia.
Now,
was
my
talking.
career and training as a longtime
Did you
career
save?
educator
Yes!
and
I
teacher
saved.
and researcher tell me that we should never rule anything out. We know that our space, of course, is vast and
Would you consider
undiscovered.
beaded crafts part of the archaeology?
I also want to
Yes.
note that Mr. Sean
It is something
Kirkpatrick,
you
director
made.
of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the
There is a,
component of the
arts and
DoD office
crafts,
that investigates
tag
UAP
you put
data,
in.
has testified before the Senate this year that his unit has found no evidence of extraterrestrial activity. NASA has also stated they don't have evidence of extraterrestrial life either.
NASA
And we've
sucks
heard this, of
butt,
course, from
so-
some of our government agencies.
I tease.
And we should remind viewers and witnesses, which I think is really important, that we also cannot share classified information in public settings. But
Why not?
questions, of course,
Tell me.
remain that people want to see data and information for themselves.
Yeah.
The enormous interest in the hearing today underscores the importance of a fair and open look at the evidence from witnesses who can share their unique perspectives. Now, I know I certainly have a lot of questions, and I know that all the members of our committee do as well. We should come to this hearing with an open mind, and we should not let our existing ideas restrict us on either side. I hear over and over from many agencies the stigma around reporting and investigating UAPs prevents us from getting real answers. We know that whistleblowers
That
have
sounds
reported
about right.
harassment, intimidation, or stigma as well. And this is not
Like, oh,
acceptable.
you saw UFOs,
If people
what are you,
can't
a
report
crackhead? It's like,
incidents which
no,
would have
I
national security or
saw a
safety
video or
implications,
saw a
then
thing,
that
but
also
I
has
don't
serious
know what it
consequences for
is.
us. As
That's
ranking
all
member of
UAPs
this
are at the
subcommittee,
end
I
of
know
the day.
it's
They're
my
not
I know my
alien
job would be
craft. They're
completely
craft we
impossible
don't know what they
if
are.
whistleblowers or others feel
But they
intimidated to
could
come
be.
before this
They
committee.
could be.
We can't be afraid of asking questions, and we can't
But
be
because
afraid
of
of the
that,
truth.
people are like, oh, and
I'm proud to say
aliens.
that this
No,
hearing builds
I
upon
saw something I
bipartisan
don't
work by
know.
members of the House and Senate dating many years back, which has sought to increase awareness within the Department of Defense and to mandate more of Congress of UAPs. We know the
always
Senate is
make
taking up an
what the
amendment to
alien
their
PPs
Defense
look like.
Authorization
You're right,
Bill,
Llewellyn.
which will create a commission with
That
broad
is the real
declassification
question.
authority,
Mm-hmm.
and we should all agree that that is an important step. Members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have taken an interest in this issue, and we're proud to carry and build that confidence in the American people. This hearing will also not be the end of this discussion, but a new chapter and start to years and years of work that many folks, both in the public and within government, have been working on. We should encourage more reporting, not less, on UAPs. The more we understand, the safer we will be. We will hear testimony from
Which is
witnesses today with a
fair.
long record of service to the American people and with subject matter expertise. Our witnesses have a unique opportunity to share their perspective, insights, and their experiences with the American
Asked her
people.
dick pic.
And I encourage
Yeah,
all of my
yeah.
colleagues to engage with these difficult questions with an
agree,
open
Radio.
mind and to follow the facts on behalf of our country.
The moment we get contact from ancient aliens, from extraterrestrial beings, our message back should be, "Hey, how big you schmeat?"
I also just want to say more broadly that we should
Aliens
look at
could
this
go beyond
hearing
the common
and
ways of
believe that
reproducing.
everything is on the
Possibly.
table as it relates to UAPs. I think an open mind is
Digital,
absolutely the
traditional,
best.
3D, media,
I want to
and
yield
other.
the 2.5
Arts and
minutes, the
crafts
remainder
and
of my
other.
time,
Yeah, I think
to the
so.
representative
I
from
could've
Florida,
swore I
Representative
added arts and
Moskowitz.
crafts. Hold up. We're gonna do a little Discord peeky peek real quick, because I could have sworn I added that as a tag. Media, other. Oh, I'm thinking of media. I recently added media. Here, let me add crafts. How do I do that? Am I dumb? I think I'm dumb. Yeah, I just say stick with other for now. Let me slide in the extraterrestrial DMs. Hey. Hey, girl. I heard you had 3 fingers.
Hey, yo.
For an opening statement, he also has been very much
Reminds me
engaged in
of
this
Tex
issue, and I
Bills
want
for
to thank
beating our
him
alien
for
fuckers
his
away
leadership.
from the screen with a
Congressman.
broom. The aliens are doing the
Thank
same
you,
thing
Ranking
just off
Member
their screen.
Garcia. Thank
Yeah,
you, Mr. Chairman.
I've
I
seen
wanna-
that as well, where it's like humans are just like, I want to fuck the aliens, and they're like, stop it, dude, that's so weird. And then aliens are like, I want to fuck the humans, and their alien buddies are like, stop it, man, that's gross.
Yeah.
What them
we just
coital hooks do? Okay.
Thank Tim Burchett and Anna Paulina Luna for their leadership in
Coital
pushing
hooks.
this hearing forward. I want to thank obviously committee staff and their staff working on this on a
Yeah,
bipartisan
we're
basis.
either gonna fuck them or nuke
because
them, and I
many
don't know what
Americans
we're
are
gonna
deeply
do.
interested in this
Hi,
issue, and
Ladyface,
it
don't worry
shouldn't
about it.
take the
We're watching a
potential
video
of
about
non-human
aliens.
origin to bring us together. Additionally, I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward to share your perspectives, your thoughts, and the sightings
You're welcome,
of UAPs.
sir.
Unlike other hearings many times in Congress, you're not here to help a political party, but you're here to share information with the American people. And it's not something that is just going on in this administration. It's something that's spanned many
Hey,
administrations.
girl, let the Mel bubbles
For decades,
do.
many Americans have been fascinated by objects mysterious
Coming
and
peace.
unexplained,
That
and it's
we
long
have
past
this
time
one.
that they got some answers. The American public has a right to learn
Hey, girl,
about
what the mandibles
technologies
do.
of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. Those are not the words of a UFO Twitter account. Though
Sure they are.
that is a direct quote from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, that the American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins,
True.
non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. In an interview with Fox News, recent former Director of National Intelligence John Radcliffe confirmed the U.S. government is aware a lot more sightings of UAPs, and that they have not made that information public. I quote, "There are a lot more sightings that have not been made public," Radcliffe said to Fox News. For me, this hearing is about transparency. We unfortunately live in a time in which many people distrust government and our institutions, and overclassification of information away from the American public or even Congress contributes to today's politics. The American people have regular questions. What are UAPs? How come the media doesn't report more on them? Are they foreign adversaries? Are they U.S. technology? Are they something else? They ask themselves, how come when a Russian jet shoots flares at one of our drones, we have perfect pictures and videos to show the American people and the world, but when it comes to UAPs, nothing? Of course, we must always protect our national security to maintain our superiority, like when stealth helicopters were only rumored to exist but were used in the Osama bin Laden raid in 2011. But we can't allow that to be used as a shield to keep the American people completely in the dark from basic truths. The American people deserve to hear more about special access programs.
I would love
Congress
to know
has a
about
right
that,
to know if there's
because
any
that means
unsanctioned
technology.
weapons development, satellite imagery that has not been provided to Congress.
And that's more stuff
Congress
for
created the
Bobs.
All-Domain Resolution Office in the NDAA of 2022. In its initial
Yes, sir.
analysis, there are 171 uncharacterized UAP reports, this is the words from the report, that appear to have
like dark
demonstrated
by small
unusual
cheese.
flight characteristics or
Yeah.
performance capabilities. I believe more information is
looks at
known
Wee-Wan,
about the
praying and
171 instances. It's time for Congress to reinsert ourselves. I call on our military leaders and intelligence officials to release more information to the American people about UAPs. And to our military leaders, if there's nothing to conceal, let Congress go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the Dugway Proving Ground, or even Groom Lake in Nevada. We should have disclosure today. We should have disclosure tomorrow. The time has come. Thank you, Ranking Member.
Disclosure, that's the word. That's
Thank you,
what
Mr.
I was
Moskowitz,
thinking
and I would
of.
yield back now to our chairman. Thank you.
Right, now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. Our first witness is Lieutenant Ryan Graves. He's the Executive Director
Alright,
of
so these are the
Americans for
guys
Safe
that are
Aerospace.
the
Lieutenant Graves
witnesses,
is
the three
also
dudes at that
a former
table.
U.S. Navy F-18 pilot with his own
Furry's finding the aliens.
UAP
Fine, I'll do it
experience.
myself.
The next witness, David Grush, is a former senior intelligence officer with the
I'll do it
National
myself.
Geospatial Intelligence Agency and was a senior technical advisor for UAP issues. And finally, retired Navy Commander David Fravor, squadron leader who worked as a naval aviator for 18 years. Mr. Fravor has his own
Yeah, these guys are
UAP
all types of
experience,
pilots,
known as
basically.
the TikTok event. I look forward to hearing from all three of you today.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, the Tic Tac event was something that happened in 2016. I know a lot of you were actually babies at the time. Not the TikTok event, Lillian. Bonk. They actually make that joke in this later. Not TikTok. You know what? Y'all are just gonna get to listen.
Pursuant to Committee
Yes,
Rule
Tic Tac,
9G,
you
the
nerds.
witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
No.
Let the record show that all the witnesses answered in the affirmative.
Aw,
You
hi,
may be
Cecil.
seated. We appreciate you all being here today and look forward to your testimony. I'll remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will
Lying
appear
under
in
oath,
full in
never
the hearing
me
record.
when I lie.
Please try to limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you.
Yeah, they're
when you
just
begin
telling
to
us how it
speak,
works.
the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, it'll turn yellow, and the red light, when that comes on, it tells you your 5 minutes have expired. I'll now recognize Mr. Graves for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Garcia, distinguished members of the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security, Representatives Burchett and Luna. My name is Ryan Fobbs Graves, and I'm a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2 deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve. I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar
commercial
encounters
aircrew and
with me.
military veterans, basically
Today,
pilots
I
of
would
all
like to highlight
sorts,
3 critical
military
issues that
and
demand our
otherwise.
action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers, and I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar systems, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace. At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar tracks with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, 2 F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander
Look at
terminated...
my PNG.
Oh, okay.
It's Riza.
It's me.
Yeah, it's the peace edger for Ryza. Phenomenon. I mean, that would explain their shape. It's penis. Changed my mind. Yeah. UAP
Sir, that's a
is,
penis.
Yeah, sir, that is a penis. UAP is just what they use as a word now to say UFOs. It means unidentified aerial phenomena. They don't like using the term UFO because it like gives discredit, I guess, because people whenever they hear UFO, they think like Scully, take a look at this. Like they think they don't think of anything good.
Scully.
Yeah, they don't take it seriously. So they've renamed it to take it seriously. UFO stands for UAP stands for UFO and penis. See, Lillian's right. You're right, Lillian. And that's unidentified alien penis. All right.
Did the flight immediately and returned base.
So now we know what
The
UAPs
squadron
are.
submitted
What?
a safety report,
Guess
but there
what?
was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings.
Wow.
Soon, these
He
encounters
mooch,
became so frequent
and
that
then he
aircrew would
leave.
discuss
I
the
see
risk of
how it
UAP
is.
as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. Recognizing the need for action and answers,
I miss
I
him
founded
already.
Americans for Safe Aerospace. The organization has since become a haven for UAP witnesses who were previously unspoken due to the absence of a safe intake process. More than 30
I will say
witnesses
that is
have come forward,
bullshit.
and almost
If they are
5,000
seeing
Americans have
shit in
joined
the
us in the
sky
fight
and
for
they're like,
transparency
you
at
can't talk about it, or
safeaerospace.org.
you're
The majority
you're
of
fired.
witnesses
It's
are
like, what the
commercial
fuck?
pilots at major airlines. Often, they are veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them, at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit, or
Look at Cupidian. Cute.
But yeah, it would be weird that like, pilots
Leave
see
it up, okay.
UFO like every time they fly and they cannot
The
and
longer
they
it goes, the
can't
funnier
just
it
talk
is.
about it because reason 101, I guess.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
It does not, because I know a lot of pilots are told, hey, you shouldn't talk about this stuff. There was actually a dude who was recording it in the sky. He was a pilot, and his wife was a stewardess, I believe. And they had a YouTube channel, and they'd record it. They actively recorded any UAPs they saw. They were like, oh, look at this. This looks cool. This is the perfect clip. It is beautiful.
Yes, shout out to Paladin.
But yeah, there was a pilot and his wife who had a YouTube channel that posted like UAPs. They were like, look how cool this is. And they weren't saying anything like weird or dumb, and they weren't breaking any of YouTube's policies, but they got taken down. YouTube actually like removed their account and shit. And the dude was actually like, yeah, I had to remove all my videos anyway because my job was in jeopardy. And it's not like he was showing anything compromising. He was just showing a sky. They didn't even know where he was flying, what he was flying, who he was with. But someone had figured out who he was, I guess, and they reported him, and he was going to lose his job if he didn't clear it up anyway.
That's stupid.
That was a
We
UAP.
want alien
That's what it
titties.
stands for. No, it isn't American. Yeah, for people who are like, oh, this is just all American civil issues, it's not. Uncontained American penis. Insert eagle screech. I agree. No, this kind of stuff has apparently happened all over the world. I just listen to the stuff here because it's the most easy to get a hold of.
Yeah.
What
But
about
why
uncontained
the world-
Australian penis? Sorry. Anyway, what's it?
But why the world doesn't want us to enjoy alien titty?
They don't want us to have alien titties. I don't know why.
Why?
Because it hates us.
I want alien titty.
You made me wheeze. Fuck. God damn it. Whoa. Who's taking away titties? The US government won't let us have alien titties.
We want alien titties? Come on!
All 5 of them. Give me the alien titties. All 5 of them. Yeah, exactly.
Let's
They said put
go.
those fuckers away. Yeah. That's true. The world government seems to hate titties in general. Yeah, I don't know why they hate titties. It's dumb. See, we
But
wouldn't have this
titties are-
issue if furries and VTubers were in charge.
Yeah.
If there was a VTuber in charge, they'd be like, Mr. President, would you like to comment? Yeah, let me just... Can we at least get alien thighs? Maybe one, if you're good. It's because they're prudes? Sounds about right.
And contain alien penis. You
That
thought
was
that was
John from Five
no,
Galaxies
that
Over
was
forgetting his clothes.
from forgetting his clothes.
It reminds me of a comic I saw where someone saw like whenever there was like crop circles and
Oh, what the fuck?
I'll be like drawing demons.
I do like
Drawing demons.
Oh, alien.
Perion, I will put you on the list. The list is getting so long. Help.
Maybe it's
Take the
time to
water.
rise
Let
up
me
the
sip.
price. Question
Cute,
mark.
Alrighty, Perion, you are now on the list. There we go. So now I have Zetter, which I'm drawing. Ew. Verbax, Koishi, Leon, Blippi, and then Perion.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah, I might actually take this week to do multiple art streams and knock some of these out. 'Cause
Yeah,
y'all are
that could be a thing.
y'all are doing it. That's 2 comms in the day. Yeah. I've been saving for like 4 months. Fair. Please stream mine.
Please.
Okay, I will.
Like I said, after stream I'll get a hold of you. I do still have a commission I am working on, but I will be drawing that later.
I now have 45 sugar cubes. My castle has been taken.
Like Kendall, yeah, I just came in, scooped them all up, and said, "All right, thanks."
Just gonna take a vacuum and just
I'm
vacuum
just gonna take
everything
all the cubes. Period had a
And then
table
there's-
full of them. and now there are none.
Yeah.
Oh, I did want to ask you guys, do you want like a daily keep-up thing? I've noticed a few streams do that where they'll be like, oh, came in and got daily blessing, or came in and, you know, it's like a daily checkup thing. And it's like, you
Huh?
have, well, theoretically, let's say I did it. Yeah, like, you put a sugar cube in a glass of tea or something. It's like, you have put 50 sugar cubes in your tea, or something like that. Or you have ordered 50 cups of tea. I don't know. Something like that. But I know some of them have done that. Y'all are gonna laugh at this. Turns out the police stopped the removing of the Twitter logo on the Twitter building because Elon didn't have a permit. Microsoft has copyright to the name X, and Meta Facebook already has something called X. That is beautiful.
Yeah. So
Thank
he
God.
might,
They need to
he-
remove
he
that thing.
Yeah, you might get the shit on because of that X, because he wants Twitter to become that, but there's already people using X.
Mm-hmm.
So he might just have like dug a grave for himself. So we'll see what's gonna happen.
The lawsuits are gonna be huge. Fuck yeah. Muskrat
Good.
loses more money? Good.
Yeah, let's go.
Heck yeah. He tried to rename PayPal X years ago. He just really likes X. I don't know what his deal is.
I mean, he wants all his apps to be called X because he likes porn, of course.
I thought it's because he wanted to remind himself of the girl he lost.
Also that.
Y'all don't understand. It's real fucking funny. Elon is really, really mad right now. X was his banking company that became PayPal. Ugh, gross. But it's really funny. He actually has a trans daughter. And she wants nothing to do with him. And he
Yep.
lost his wife to a trans woman.
Yep.
So there's a reason Twitter has a lot of hate rhetoric going on right now, and that's because he can't handle all the L's he's being handed by trans women. He already failed at this shit and then tried it again? Yeah. He'll never
Yeah.
be over Grimes. Dude, he needs to stop. He needs to stop it. Trans girls do it better. Dude, he literally lost his wife to a trans girl, or his girlfriend. I don't fucking remember how their relationship was. I just know she is now his ex. I'll hand him another L. Good. We all need to just hand him an L. Dude, everyone on Twitter is fucking pissed. They're like, what is this garbage?
The thing they should do is that go to his office and just have a paper with an L on it and just slide it under his
Just
door.
slide it at him. I would. That'd be fucking hilarious.
Every 5 minutes, there's just another L going down the door.
The daily pickup thing sounds like a good idea. Yeah, like a daily checkup. Like I said, I've seen some channels do it to where daily blessing, like you go into a temple and you get your blessing. Something like that. I don't know what mine would be, but I'll figure it out. Yeah, it's a redeem that I could do, Zam. It's like a once a stream redeem that everyone can do. And it's kind of like first. It's like diet first in a way. It's where you're saying, hey, I'm here and I got my points. It's kind of like a proof of how many days you've been there. I've seen that's a star. You redeem a star drop. Well, that's cute. You go into a cafe, what do you get? Your daily order. Yeah, you could just get your daily order. We have first at home. First at home.
I want chalky milk.
I love chalky milk. I prefer strawberry milk. Just once a stream per person, stream redeemed that doesn't scroll. You right. Daily dose of Desmond. No. But yeah, I've rated someone who does that. Those are shown to take showers and dishes this. I do not lick myself clean. I shower. I have to put caps on my ears though. Oh, thank you for the water, Lillian. Thank you for waterboarding me. But yeah, I cap my ears with little shower caps, and then I wash.
Yeah, because we don't want water in the brain.
He waits for us to spray him. Yeah. I'm stinky.
He don't want water in the brain.
No, I do not want water in my brain. Look how big these fucking ears are. They will catch all of the water. Ow.
Again. Literally just doing the star on the ground.
Lilith just pushed me over, grabbed a lollipop and said, yeah.
Mine.
Fuck. Lilith's bullying me. We won. Lilith pushed me into the dirt.
It's Lilin.
You're right.
He always does that.
We win. What the fuck?
I mean, just to tell, it's like yesterday we did the big swim, and just because of Win, I had a choo-choo train. It's Lilin's fault.
It's either bully or make out, femboy to femboy interactions. That sounds about right, actually. You're right. When you're right, you're right.
Win is just big bully.
Yeah. Chaos.
It's like
chaos
nice bully,
gremlins.
but still bully.
That's all femboys are. We're just chaos gremlins. You don't know what's gonna happen.
Real switch hour.
Real switch hours. Alright, let me continue the video. I'm only like 27 minutes into the video. It's 2 hours long. It's been 2 hours.
I don't think we'll be able to watch it all.
Unless I just watch it completely and do nothing else, but that's boring.
Yeah, it's like not talking anymore and just watching. That
I was the Anon to help trigger it. You know what, Ladyface? Grabs, shakes. Alright, let's see if we can't get through this a bit.
The Carmen line. Making inexplainable maneuvers like right-hand turns and retrograde orbits or J-hooks.
Right-hand turn sounds cool.
Sometimes these reports are reoccurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems. I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so. In closing, I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem.
True.
If it is something else, it is an issue for science.
Yeah, either way, this
In either
is kind of
case,
spooky,
unidentified
and we need
objects
to know
are
what the
concern for
fuck
flight
it is.
safety. The American people
Whether
deserve
it's a
to know what
foreign
is happening in our
object
skies.
or an
It is
extraterrestrial
long
one.
overdue. Thank you.
Mr. Rush?
Mr. Chairman, ranking members and congressmen, thank you. I'm happy to be here. This is an important issue, and I'm grateful for your time. My name is David Charles Grush. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force,
He sounds
both
familiar.
active duty, Air National Guard, and Reserve, at the rank of major,
Xenospace
and most
engineering sounds
recently
dope.
from 2021 to 2025, or excuse me, 2023, at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, at the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of a full bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. I became a whistleblower through a PPD 19 urgent concern filing in May
PP. Sorry, I'm immature.
2022 with the intelligence community.
I'll give you a
Inspector General.
trans medium. I'll give you a trans
Following concerning
maximum.
reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country. many of whom also have shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony to myself and my various colleagues. I have taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP Task Force and do my due diligence on the individual sharing it. This is because of these steps, I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both to truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people. I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims. But as I stand here under oath now, I am speaking to the facts as I've been told them. In the U.S. Air Force, in my National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, reservist capacity, I was a member of the UAP Task Force
I'm something of a
from 2019 to 2021. I served at the NRO Operations Center on the Director's Briefing
UAP,
staff,
no matter what
which
the
included the
says.
coordination of the Presidential Daily Brief and supporting variety of contingency operations, which I was the Reserve Intelligence Division Chief backup. In 2019, the UAP Task Force Director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPs and CAPs, we needed to satisfy our congressionally mandated mission, and we were direct report at the time to the DepSecDef. At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program.
Reverse
to which I was denied
engineering.
access to those additional read-ons when I requested it.
Basically what he said was, I've been part of a program, granted I'm not allowed to see most of it, but I was part of a program where we got crash retrieval parts and reverse engineered what we found. AKA, they found alien crash sites, or at least foreign crash sites of technologies that we didn't recognize, and started reverse engineering that bitch. Which is terrifying to think about, because anyone could do that shit if they get a hold of it. Reverse engineer this, pants grab. Oh, what are the videos? You have so many things apparently, so where's the videos of them? Yeah, like I said, we just have to take this with a grain of salt for now, and also watch and see if anything else comes out of this. Think you try for the sippy. First engineer slides the way into some alien.
Yeah.
Fair, very fair. But yeah, we have seen a few videos. I did say, in 2016, these guys are going to talk about it. There was something called the Tic Tac incident, where they found a huge ship, supposedly, that was roughly in the shape of a Tic Tac. And it was white. It was called the White Tic Tac. So they were like, I don't know what the fuck this thing is. And it was so fast. It was fast as shit. It had no wings. It had no supposed way of propulsion. It was just fucking numed. So that's what they're going to be talking about. The Fresh Maker. That's what they're going to be talking about. So they have some video evidence of it, and we've seen videos of that. Like I said, it came out in 2016, 2017. My mom apparently saw something like that once, except it was silver, and when it flew near her, all sound stopped. Ooh, that's creepy. Yeah, I know a lot of Leon's family. He has a family member who's like, yeah, I saw some shit. Like, she also saw some stuff, apparently. It's really interesting. There's so many people out there who was like, yeah, this shit happened. Also, she got scared, and she just started running away. Because that was back in the time where Betty and Barney Hill, their story was still kind of fresh, so she's like, I ain't getting kidnapped. I ain't getting probed. I'm leaving. Like, this seems like the start to an RPG. You're right.
I made the decision, based on the data I collected,
This is a start
to report
like
this information to my
alien horror
superiors
show,
and multiple
alien
inspectors
movie.
general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency. Thank you, and
I'd
I'm
be
happy
okay
to
with
answer your
that.
questions.
If they legitimately are seeing
Thank you.
shit in the sky,
Commander
they
Fravor-
need to
Fravor?
report it. They shouldn't be told no.
Thank you.
Don't
Thank you,
report
Mr.
it or
Chairman,
you're fired. That's
Congressmen,
fucked.
Congresswomen. I want to first thank you for the invitation to speak to the committee on the UAP topic that's been in the news for the past 6 years and seems to be continuing to gain momentum.
True. News is
As you know, my
covering
name is
UFO
David
shit all
Fravor.
the
I'm a
time now.
retired commander in the United States Navy. In 2004, I was a commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 41, the world-famous Black Aces. We were attached to Carrier Wing 11, stationed on board the USS Nimitz, and had begun a 2-month workup cycle off the coast of California. On this day, we were scheduled for a 2v2 air-to-air training with the USS Princeton as our control. When we launched off Nimitz, my wingman was joining up. We were told that the training was going to be suspended and we were going to proceed with real-world tasking. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived. The controller had told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet, and the controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm
Actually,
seas,
no, I
white
can
caps from
attest to
waves.
that. It never fucking rains here. Ever. There is never any clouds here. It sucks. I love the rain. Easy way to attack the US, just make your aircraft look goofy ass so it don't get reported. You're not wrong. Let's make our shit look like alien craft.
So
They
the
won't
whitewater
report
stood
us.
out in the large blue ocean. All four of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down and saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water like a ping-pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look at the other
It sounded
aircraft
like you
staying
said
in
my
high cover
wizard.
to observe both us and the tic-tac.
Wizard.
We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees, nose low, where the tic-tac, or we considered 270 degrees to where, and we went nose low to where the tic-tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet, and the tic-tac was about 12,000.
Yeah, he's talking about that.
As we pulled
tic-tac
nose onto
that I
the
told you
object,
about.
within about a half mile of it,
Yeah,
it rapidly
that just
accelerated in
sounds
front
funny.
of us and disappeared. Our wingmen, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact
Danish,
also.
neutral and more.
We immediately
Pan,
turned
neutral and
back to
sex,
see
and
where
I
the
say, let the
whitewater
people
was
have
at, and it was
alien
gone also.
coitus.
So as we started to turn back towards
Fair.
the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cat point roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute. You can calculate the speed." We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews that was getting ready to launch. We mentioned it to them, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. What you don't see is the radar tape that was never released, and we don't know where it's at.
So the video they're talking about is the video I told you about that was released in 2016, where these guys are recording the tic-tac, and we can see it. It's right there on the screen, and they're like, "Do you have a visual on it?" And they're like, "Yes." They're like, "What is its speed?" They're like, "Fast as shit." Like, it's a pilot speaking to ground control, talking about what they're seeing, basically. I'm sure you'd recognize it if you saw it and you know about this stuff, but the video is about 7 years old now, so I don't expect a lot of you younger people to have seen it. I was like
You youngings.
I was like 25 at the time, so I was still like in it going aliens, like, spazzing my shit out, going, "This looks cool."
The act of jamming that the object
20
put on an
at that
APG-73 radar,
you were
and I can
adult.
get into modes later if you're interested.
Where was I?
What is
Harry
shocking to
Potter's
us
on
is that the
TV.
incident was never investigated. None of my crew were ever questioned.
Oh, it
Tapes were
wasn't
never
my
taken, and
shitty
after a
job,
couple days,
so
it
I
turned
might
into a
not
great
have
story
seen
with
it.
friends. It wasn't until 2009 till Jay Stratton had contacted me to investigate. Unbeknownst to all, he was part of the ATIP program in the Pentagon, led by Lou Elizondo.
Luis
There
Elizondo
was
is
an
the guy
unofficial
who
official report
posted
that
the
came out
picture,
that's now on the internet.
video.
Years later, I was contacted by the other pilot, Alex Dietrich, and asked if I'd been contacted, and I said no, but I'm willing to talk. I was contacted by Mr. Elizondo, and we talked for a short period of time, and he said we'd be in contact. A few weeks after that, I was made aware that Lou had left the Pentagon in protest and joined forces with Tom DeLonge, Chris Mellon, Steve Justice, and others to form Two Stars Academy, an organization that pressed the issue with leading industry experts and U.S. government officials. They worked with Leslie Keane, who is present today, Ralph Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper to publish the articles in the New York Times 2017 New York Times. And it removed the stigma on the topic of UFOs, which is why we're here today. Those articles open the door for the government and public that cannot be closed. It has led to an interest from our elected officials who are not focused on little green men, but figuring out where these craft are, where they're from, the technology they possess, how do they operate. It also led to the Whistleblower Protection Act and the NDAA. There are multiple witnesses coming forward to say that have firsthand knowledge, and Mr. Grush just covered that. What concerns me is that there's no oversight from our elected officials on anything associated with our government processing or working on craft. Believe it not from this world. This issue is not a full public disclosure that could undermine national security, but it is about ensuring that our system of checks and balances works across all work done in the government using taxpayer funds. Relative to government programs, even unacknowledged WAVE programs have some level of oversight by the appropriate committee members in the House and Senate, and this work that is said to be occurring from whistleblower testimonies should not be exempt. In closing, I would like to say that the Tic Tac object we engaged in 2004 was far superior to anything that we had on time, have today, or are looking to develop in the next 10 years. If we in fact have programs that possess this technology, it needs to have oversight from those people that the citizens of this great country elected in office to represent what is best for the United States and best for the citizens. I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know
I'm
it's very
30.
difficult for all
I'm 31. Am I 31? How old am I?
Illuminate
31.
This issue. Call myself
I
first
thought it was
for some
32.
questions. I'm going
I'll
to start
be
with
32
Mr.
this year.
Graves.
October
Are your
13th.
pilots, that you interact with as part of your organization, do you feel adequately trained and briefed on how to handle encounters with UAPs?
No. Right now, military witnesses to UAP have limited options for reporting UAP. But more concerning is that commercial aviation sector has not adapted to the lessons that the military has implemented. The military and Department of Defense has stated that UAP represent a critical aviation safety risk. We have not seen that same language being used in the commercial markets. They are not acknowledging this risk.
I would have said 29
What steps do you think have to be taken to improve
I've been told I
UAP
act
reporting,
pretty young.
be it military or commercial?
Yeah, your baby.
Right now, we need a system where pilots can report without fear of losing their jobs. There is a fear that the stigma associated with this topic is going to lead to professional repercussions, either through management or perhaps through their yearly physical check. So having a secure system, reducing the stigma, and making this information available through the public is going to reduce the concerns that aircrew have.
Could you just give me a little idea of the degree to which reports in the past are not made public right now?
Well, I don't think there has been a proper reporting system to gather those reports and thus not report them. So to answer your question, I think there is a dearth of data due to the fact that the reporting has been limited up to this time.
Could you tell me why you believe it's, kind of to play the devil's advocate, a reason why some of this stuff should not be available to the public?
There's certainly some national security concerns when we use our advanced sensors in our tactical jets to be able to identify these objects. However, there's no reason that the objects themselves would be classified. I would be curious to see how the security classification guideline actually spells out the different nuances of how this topic is classified from the perspective of UAP, not national security.
I'll give you a follow-up on that.
How many reports have been made, man? I don't know. Well, okay, so basically what they're saying is, hey, how many reports on UAPs do you think there are? And he's like, considering there's nowhere for us to report it without getting fucking checked, I don't know. It's classified as Keter. Yeah, so basically there hasn't been, like, an official place for people, like pilots, to go, hey man, I saw this really weird thing in the sky and I don't know what it is. Can we, like, look into it a little? Because it was moving real fast. Faster than I could go. And it turned on a fucking dime and looked at me and winked. It was weird. There's no, like, official place for pilots like that to actually report it. So he doesn't know how many reports have been made, and he doesn't know how many people want to report it, because if they do, they'll get clapped. They will literally get fired. SDP. IRL edition, yeah. So that's basically why he's here.
Also, thank you for the pet dread.
Apparently that was what the hearing is for. He's trying to get, like, the stigma of pilots talking about this stuff to be destigmatized so they can actually report it and get it in, like, in the conversation. Get a conversation going, get a report system going.
Assuming that there are reasons why not all this should be made public, this has been around for a long period of time. Can any of the three of you think of any reason why anything related to UAPs, say 15 years and back, should not be immediately made public?
Also, he's asking basically, why do you think we shouldn't
I think
talk
one
about
of it is
UFOs? And they're like,
acknowledging
"Oh, we
a
should,
vulnerability,
actually."
both from a collection and I'll just say a
It showed me
countermeasure
its wiener and it
perspective.
laughed
So
at
it's
me.
We'll go say-
a nut we haven't cracked for many years. Yeah.
Even say 20 years back. Is there any reason why, when you go back that far, things
There should
shouldn't
not be
made
any
public?
reason. Let people know. Like,
Unless it shows a specific national security vulnerability as it relates to a weakness in particular defense system.
Oh, okay, Mr. Fravor, the TikTok incident that you were engaged occurred in 2004. What kind of reporting took place after that incident?
None. We had a standard debrief where the backseaters went down to our carrier intel center and briefed what had happened, and that was it. No one else talked to us, and I was in the top 20 in the battle group. No one came. The captain was aware, the admiral was aware, nothing was done.
Your commanding
basically,
officers
everyone
provide
knew,
any
but
sort
they
of
didn't really give a
justification?
shit. They're just pretending it
No,
didn't
because I
happen.
was the commanding officer of the
Okay.
squadron, so no.
Was this incident the only UAP event that you encountered while you were a pilot?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This is for any one of you. Based off of each of your experiences and observations,
if I can get
do
extra
you believe
still- I
UAPs
think we
pose
all
a
wanna know
potential
that.
threat to our national security?
Can we fuck them?
Yes. And here's
Yeah,
why.
right now they're talking about the craft
The
themselves.
technology
They're
that
not
we
discussing
faced
the aliens.
was far superior than anything that we had.
Also, thank you for the pet.
And you could put that anywhere. If you had
Can
one,
we
you
fuck
captured
the
one, you
aliens?
reverse
Yeah, we
engineered it, you got it to
fuck 'em.
work. You're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it
Right,
wants,
he's
and
explaining
leave.
what the
And there's nothing
craft
we
can
do.
do,
about
the vehicles
Nothing.
can do. They can, like,
Yeah,
move
you-
within,
I
like,
would also like to add from
seconds.
a commercial aviation and military
What would
aviation
take our
perspective, we deal with
vehicles in the
uncertainty
air
in our operating
hours.
space as a matter of
And they
of our
don't have,
professional actions.
uh,
Identifying
what are
friend
they
from
called? They
foe
don't have
is very
wings.
important to us. And so when we have
just wanna give
unidentified
it head.
targets and we
Oh,
continue
no.
to ignore those due to a stigma or a
Changing
fear of what
my
it could
UFO,
be,
please
that's an
respond.
opening that our adversaries can take advantage of.
What steps should be taken to better understand and
you know what, I
respond
should
to
have expected
UAP
this with a
encounters
community of
in the
monster
interest of
fuckers
national
that
security?
I've brought in.
There needs to be a location where this information is
As a
centralized
monster
for
myself,
processing,
I am
and there needs to be a
sometimes
two-way
scared.
communication loop so the operators on the front end have a feedback and can get best practices on how to process information, what to do, and to ensure that their reporting is being listened to. Right
What about
now,
monster
there's not a lot of
fucking?
back
Yes.
and forth.
Mr. Grush,
Go
in
on.
your complaint to the intelligence community inspector, Inspector General, you claim that you believe information is being hidden.
Monster.
What kind of information do you think was hidden?
That is
Do you
all.
think it should remain hidden?
Yes, I can speak to that very briefly in unclassified manner. As you know, the preponderance of my complaint was classified to the intelligence communities. Both material acquisition and exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs, but not sharing it with, intelligence professionals that are actually doing step briefs to pilots, that kind of information. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll go to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for your service and for testifying today. Want to just talk about the UAPs as it relates to what we're seeing in the pilots' interaction with UAPs. Particularly, Mr. Graves, one of the concerns that for members of this committee is this idea that pilots, there's no system to actually report UAPs and the stigma
no system to
around
report it
pilots.
yet.
And so can you just briefly, you mentioned that you're working with 30 pilots right now that have had encounters with UAPs, but you've also, I believe, discussed and know of many more pilots. This is just those that you're currently working with. Is that correct? Can you expand on that?
Certainly. I'll break that down in two ways. First, when we were first experiencing these objects off the eastern seaboard in the 2014 to 2015 time period, anyone that had upgraded their radar systems were
Martian?
seeing these
Fucked.
objects. So
For
there was a
alien?
large number of my
Fucked. The blob
colleagues
over there?
that were
Fucked.
detecting these objects off
Don't know
the
what it
eastern
is, but I'ma
seaboard.
fuck it.
They were further correlating that information with their other onboard sensors, and many of them also had their own eye sightings as well of these objects. Now, that was our personal first-hand experience at the time. Since then, as I've engaged this topic, others have reached out to me to share their experiences, both on the military side as well as the commercial aviation side. On the military aviation side, veterans that have recently got out have shared their stories and have expressed how the objects we were seeing in 2014, 2015 continued all the way to 2019, 2020, and beyond. And so it became a generational issue for naval aviators on the eastern seaboard. This was something we were briefing to new students. This is something that was included in the notice to airmen to ensure that there was no accidents. And now with commercial aviators, they are reaching out because they're having somewhat similar experiences as our military brothers and sisters, but they do not have any reporting system that they can send us to.
And let me just add, both to Mr. Fravor as well as Mr. Graves, not having this system for reporting, would you both agree that it's harmful to not just our national security interests, but to understand this phenomenon of what's happening with UAPs?
It's been going on since I took it. Yeah, since like the 40s.
It's a travesty that we don't have a system to correlate this and actually
We've
investigate.
had pilots since the 40s.
So if you took the East Coast,
like,
there's coastal radars out there that monitor
earlier,
our
yeah.
defense identification
40s,
zone,
I just
so
said because
up to 200 miles.
The earliest I know
they can
of.
track these, so when you see
Run
them, they
the
can actually go
Forest
and pull that
Battle of
data
LA
and get
and all
maneuvering. And instead of just having the airplanes, there's other data sources out there. And I've talked to other government officials on this. So you need a centrally located repository that these reports go to. So if you just stuck it in DOD, you wouldn't get anything out of the Intelligence Committee because they have a tendency to not to talk. But if you had a central location where these reports would come in, not just military, but also commercial aviation, because there's a lot of that going on, especially if you talk to anyone that
commercial
flies
aviation.
from here to
Basically,
Hawaii,
regular ass
Pacific,
pilots
they see
talking about
lights.
this too.
So I
Didn't
think
even
you
know
need
the court
to
case happened. Yeah, it happened a few
develop
days ago.
something that allows you a central point to collect the data in order to investigate.
Mr. Graves?
I would concur with everything Mr. Fravor said. I'll continue to say that the commercial pilots that have reached out to me through Americans for Safe Aerospace are doing so because they don't feel there's another way for them to report this safety issue.
And I think one of the clear outcomes of this hearing already is that there has to be a safe and transparent reporting process for pilots, both on the commercial side
Nazis claim
and the
to have gotten
military
their
side,
tech
to be able to
from
report
aliens.
UAPs
Yeah,
in a way
that's
that's
what I
also
heard too.
transparent, but also
Supposedly
understands
Nazis said
the
that's
scope
where they
of
got their shit.
our national security interests
Are we
and
are
what
we allowed to say
may be
that
classified
here?
or not. But I think there has to be some sort
The
of system.
N-word?
And so that's something that I hope can be an outcome that this committee can work on.
Can't vision word?
Is there anything else for the two of you briefly beyond this reporting
What?
system that you think that we can do as a
You're telling me
government
they
to
find out
encourage and
Nazis.
facilitate
I don't
more
know if that's
civilian
allowed to be
reporting?
said here.
I think we're doing it right now.
Okay,
I
great.
think this hearing is going to show the American people that their government takes this topic seriously.
And how
was thinking
and
of
how
the
about
other
civilians that
and
may not be
weird bits.
pilots?
Oh.
What kind of
Oh,
process
no.
could be in place for civilians who are not
I would
pilots,
never.
who may have UAP encounters?
for
Do
educational
either of you have any
purposes.
suggestions
Fair.
that could facilitate that?
Yeah.
My recommendations would be to make that a sensor-centric operation in order to make it as objective as possible.
Okay, sir, Mr. Fravor.
Yeah, they're just talking about
Graves on that.
basically pilots have seen shit. They cannot talk
just
about
briefly,
the shit
I also
they've
just
seen.
want to
The
note,
German
particularly for the two
N-word.
pilots, and the
No.
question from Mr. Grush. One
I
of the things that I
didn't know
found
if I was
fascinating in our
allowed.
discussion with Mr. Graves last night as well is that you both described
don't know if I'd get yelled
UAPs
at
and
by
formations
Twitch.
and the way they
German N-word
are
to German.
observed in space or in our air, and the way that they move is essentially ways in which current technology or aircraft that we know of are unable to actually function or move. And so will you just, for the public record, again, once again, briefly just either describe or note that aircraft that are being witnessed, particularly by the 30 folks that you're working with, are essentially outside the scope of anything that we know of today and the technology we have today. Mr. Graves, Mr. Fravor?
Yes, the objects that are being
If
seen
it
by
needs to be
commercial
deleted, I
pilots
don't
are
mind. No,
performing
I'm
maneuvers
sure it's
that
fine.
are unexplainable due to our current understanding of our technology and our capabilities as a country, and that applies for the military as well.
Mr. Fravor?
Yeah, I concur with that. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction, nor do we have anything that can, like in our situation, come down from space, hang out for 3 hours, and go back up.
Thank you. My last question, and
Yeah,
sometimes I know
basically,
you,
hey,
you
the
have
shit's
also
just
said
kinda
some of these
chilling there in
answers
ways
in the
that
past,
we
but we're
don't
trying to get
have
them on
the
the public
tech to
record
do
as well,
so.
which is really important.
Help.
Mr. Gresh, finally, do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
Basically, we have that stuff.
I know the exact locations, and those
knows where
locations
they
were
are, but
provided to
I
the
doubt he
Inspector
can say.
General, and some of which to the intelligence committees. I actually had the people with the firsthand knowledge provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would just say that I think that these questions are important questions, and I look forward to being involved in the process to get those answered. I know there'll be a lot of questions from other committee members, so I yield back.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Burchett himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I would like to have you on my
It's
legislation.
the
to
Southern
do just
Grandpa's
that
voice.
on the reporting, and we'll get together on that. Maybe you can be my co-sponsor.
He
on that.
sounds
That'd be
like
really
my
cool.
grandpa.
Thank you for those great questions.
That's why I said it. He sounds like one of my grandpas.
Mr. Graves, again,
got
I'd
that,
like
like,
to know
really deep,
how do you know
gravelly-
that these were not our aircraft?
I can't say where, but it rhymes with
Some of the behaviors that we saw in a working area.
Well, supposedly, there's a guy who actually came out with some stuff. I don't know how much of his shit is real, and I haven't really listened to him. But,
What, you?
Cecil's making a little ring. But, supposedly he said there's areas that are even more secretive than Area 51. There's an area called, like, R1, R3... I don't remember all of the locations anymore, but that place is just a distraction, allegedly. I don't actually know what... Oh my god, Area 102. Oh my god. Lillian, you cracked the code. Twice as secret. It's twice as secret. R34. Yeah, it's called R34. Look up aliens R30. Don't do that. Wait, no. Don't do that. I was kidding. I mean, do that if you want to, but like... Anyway. Wait. You know. Hey, Google. Uh-oh. I'm doing it. You know, Himi, good luck. We're all adults here. Who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We would see these objects being at 0.0 Mach, that's 0 airspeed, over certain pieces of the ground. So what that means, just like a river, if you throw a bobber in, it's going to float downstream. These objects were staying completely stationary in Category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speeds, 1.1, 1.2 Mach, and they would do so in very erratic and quick behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
Okay. Have you spoken to commercial and military pilots that have seen these off of our East Coast?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Favor, I noticed that in the Tic Tac video,
Tic Tac.
It's Tic Tac, like the candy.
Not TikTok.
TikTok.
Yep,
like
there
the
it is.
Chinese
There's the joke.
Communist app.
That's correct.
Yes, sir. I just want to make that because my daughter corrected me on that and called me a boomer and said, "Hey, boomer," and I said, "No, baby, it's Tic Tac like the candy. You're gonna have to just look it up." And but now I would also like to say today is a day of many firsts. It's a miracle that we're having this.
My daughter called me a boomer, and I'm
meeting.
screaming and crying and shitting myself.
My wife has put up with me for 9 years today. Today is my anniversary, so I want to tell my wife happy anniversary and that I love her very much.
Sir, you are on court time.
As she likes to say, this 9 years
Tell
have
your
been the
wife.
best 2 years of her life. So,
Tell your wife that shit later.
Mr. Favor, what astonished you the most about the flight capabilities of these Tic Tac? Very briefly.
The performance. Absolute performance. It was.
And you're not aware of
Oh,
any other
stupid.
objects that anybody in the world has in this world that has those capabilities?
No, I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Are you aware of any other reconnaissance platforms that have tracked or recorded the Tic Tac's maneuvers? Maybe the NORAD system or any of the others?
I am not.
Okay. Mr. Grush, thank you
Then
for
what
being
good
here,
are you?
brother.
No, I'm just kidding.
Thank you all very much. Have you faced any retaliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything
Probably.
on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may help provide somebody information. But it was very brutal and very unfortunate.
Basically, there's an
Some of the tactics
investigation
they
going on, and
used
he
to,
doesn't want to ruin it.
hurt me both professionally and personally.
Okay, Coomer.
That's very unfortunate. As they say, when you're over the target, that's when they do the most
That's so
firing at
cute.
you. Do you have
Oh,
any
okay.
personal knowledge of people who have
I
been
didn't
harmed or
realize it was
injured
cute.
in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes. Personally.
Have you heard? Have anyone been murdered that you would that you know of or have heard of? I guess.
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
maybe in a
That means yes.
get
But
in
you
a
can't talk about it.
confidential
Probably.
Yep.
area.
Does this
skiff,
make
we
Zame
can talk
alien
about that,
coom
but
instead of Space Jam?
unfortunately,
No.
we were
He's a
denied
space
access
slime.
to the skiff, and that's very unfortunate in this,
Sam,
in this
are you
scenario.
No.
Okay.
Mr.
I mean, to be
Favor,
fair, we were all coming.
you believe that you witnessed an additional object
Cancel me,
underwater
please. Get
in
me out of
relation to
this.
your encounter?
Get me off this
I'll
rock.
say we
I
did not
deserve it.
see an object. There was something there to cause the whitewater.
Coom
And when
is
we turned around, it
right.
was gone. So there was something there that obviously
All
moved.
right.
Okay, it was not the same object though that you were looking at, correct?
Wrong
No,
gun.
we actually joked that the Tic Tac was communicating with something when we came back, and because the whitewater disappeared.
I gotta go.
We were in another instance. We're told about the capabilities
You can become
of
done.
jamming
No.
during viewing of some when there were some people chasing some of these objects. Did you experience any of that jamming or interrupting your radar or weapons system?
Yep.
My crew that launched after we landed experienced significant jamming to the APG-73 radar, which was what we had on board, which is a mechanically
And the
scanned,
yeet.
very high-end system prior to the
Once that
APG-79.
bully time.
And yes, it did pretty much everything you could do: range, velocity, aspect, and then it spit the lock. And the targeting pod is passive. That's what we were able to get the video on.
Legs.
I'm about to run
Also,
out of time,
yeah,
but are you aware of any of our enemies that have that capability?
Yeah, they're like, did China do this?
Would also like to note for the
Did
record
China do
that,
this?
I
like
hope
George
not.
Knapp breaking Area 51, he's the reason I knew about that, and the reason I know about the Tic Tacs is Leslie Keene from New York Times article, and I would encourage everybody to read that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back to you for no time.
Very good. Mr. Raskin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Graves, you reported UAP encounters during training flights, I think, and have since come forward to warn the Pentagon that these encounters may be putting pilots at risk. My first question is, you've identified these as taking place on the East Coast. Is it just on the East Coast where these encounters have been reported?
No. Since the events initially occurred, I've learned that the objects have been detected essentially where all operations, Navy operations are being conducted across the world.
Isn't it
And that's
everywhere?
from the Ultimate
happening
Anomaly
everywhere.
Resolutions Office reporting.
Insert
Can
alien
you
hitting the
describe
gritty.
your experience after
Oh,
you
no.
decided to come forward and
What's a
go
hi,
public
me,
with
me, me?
your experience?
Certainly. Like
can
many
finally
others,
make
in
my art a reality.
2017,
No,
I saw the
Laura's.
New York Times article come out as well.
Also, trans
And
masks
for me,
exist.
it was special
And
because I
Preg has always
recognized
been
voices
there.
on the video. I recognized
Waiting.
the video itself. I had seen it when it was taken. I'd seen it when it was debriefed. And so that was kind of shook me because I realized that this problem was still ongoing. And so I reached out to
He said he
colleagues
was
back on the
shook.
East Coast and realized that this was still a safety risk that they were dealing with, that they had essentially hit a wall with how they could move forward on this conversation. It was at that point when I decided to try to move the conversation forward myself.
Are there common characteristics to the UAPs that have been cited by different pilots, and can you describe what the convergence of descriptions is?
Certainly. We were primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere.
I'm sorry, dark gray
Hello,
or black
Golodat. Welcome in.
cubes?
Yes,
Trans
inside
masks
of a
are
clear
awesome.
sphere.
thank you.
Where the
Never met
apex
a bad
or tips
one.
of the cube were
I've
touching
met a
the
couple of
inside
bad
that
ones,
sphere.
actually.
And that was primarily
Oh.
what was being reported
It's
when we
But-
were able to gain a visual
I know
tally of these
Golo.
objects. And that occurred over almost 8 years. And as far as
Hi,
I know, it's still
Golo.
occurring.
Cute.
So I take it that you're arguing what we need is real transparency in a reporting system so we can get some clarity on what's going on out there, because there are many pilots in your situation, but we should have a way of developing a systematic inventory of all of such encounters.
Yeah,
is that right?
see, his
Yes, and I
basic
think we need both
reason for
transparency
being
and the
here
reporting. We have the reporting, but we
is
need
because
to
he
make sure
wants
that
people to be
information
able
can
to
be
report
promulgated
without
to
getting
commercial
canceled.
aviation as well as
Canceled.
the rest
Fired.
of the populace.
Mr. Grush, what about you? What was your
Both.
experience after you came forward?
Well, it's only been about 2 months or so, so I guess my experience has been overwhelming support
Tasty
from
alien
former
cubes.
colleagues of mine that have privately messaged
No,
me.
cubes.
And I do appreciate that, but I do have knowledge of active planned reprisal activity against myself and other colleagues, and it's very upsetting to me.
Yeah, see,
Coming
this
from
guy
where?
came out, said he saw some shit.
Certain senior leadership
And now
previous agencies I
his
was associated
seniority wants to, his
And that's all I'll say
authorities
publicly, but I can
in charge
provide
of
more
him and his
details in a
company
closed
want to
environment.
Okay. Well,
get him
I
fired,
hope you understand
basically.
that there would be bipartisan rejection of any attempt to vilify, demonize, or engage in other reprisals against our witnesses and people who are telling the truth from their perspective.
Yeah, there were certain colleagues of mine that were brutally administratively attacked, and it actually makes me very upset as a leader to see that happen to other coworkers and actually superiors of mine over the last 3 years.
How do you account for that response? That seems like a bizarre response.
I call it administrative terrorism. That's their quiver, their tool in the toolbox to silence people.
toolbox.
Especially, the career government service cares about their career, cares about their clearance, their reputation to climb the ladder. And when you threaten that career path, a lot of people back off. But I'm here to represent those people. So.
Yeah, basically, pilots are scared to come
Mr.
forward with this,
Fravor,
so he's here
what
as their
about you?
representative.
What has your experience
Yeah,
been
that's
since
fair.
you've come forward with your perspective on this?
Actually, I've been treated very well. And the 6
Nah,
people
this
that
guy's
were
on
involved,
I didn't get
myself
fucked with.
included, all of them have or will be retiring from the military as 05s or 06s. And all my friends that are very senior, 3 and 4 stars, I've talked to them. They believe, they understand there's a problem. But no, I was actually treated really well.
And what is your general interpretation of these phenomena, or what is your current thinking of trying to make sense of them?
Well, I'll say, I'm not like a UFO fanatic. It's not me. But I will tell you that what we saw with 4 sets of eyes over a 5-minute period, still, there's nothing, we have nothing close to it. It was amazing to see. I told my buddy I wanted to fly it, but yeah, it's just an
I feel
incredible
that.
technology.
I want to fly it, and I'm not even a
All
pilot.
right, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'll yield back to you.
Just drawing along. Nice. Yeah. Since
Thanks.
you're coming in here, I'll pause this a second. We're watching a Twitter video that came out recently. It's 2 hours long, and it is a court hearing of pilots talking about UFOs that they've been seeing, and they're trying to get it destigmatized.
Thank you for the water.
To not get yelled at anymore, or get threatened to be fired by talking about what they see. And that we're watching about alien dick. Anyway, Lilin, I'm gonna crush you, but welcome in for those of you who are new. I am Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as roll build on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes, and today, like I said, we're drawing a lovely zebra. And while we're doing that, I'm watching this video because I asked a few days ago on Discord if you guys wanted me to look at it and cover it while we draw, and you guys said yes. Cross them with your thighs. Yes, let's do that. Yeah, I heard of that. So basically what we've covered so far is that it's these 3 pilots. Some of them, I believe either some of them or even all of them have military backgrounds. Some of them are still military, some of them are...
Ow, what the fuck, Blippi?
You're a dork. Some of them are commercial, which means they're commercially flying pilot. They're not like military. They fly people around, basically. And they've all seen shit over their years of flying, and they want to talk about it and actually have a way to report it. Because as it currently stands, airplane companies do not want them to report it. Their career will get threatened. Except for apparently this one guy who was just like, no, I felt great. They fly now. They fly now.
Mr. Grush, in speaking to you yesterday, I just
Miss
wanted
Luna,
to follow up on
you were so cool. Look how pretty she
Representative
is.
Raskin's questions. In the last couple of years,
Talking
have
about
you had
alien,
incidences
and we
that
have
have
someone
caused you to be in
named
fear for
Luna.
your life
Hell yeah.
for addressing these
Dude,
issues?
her name is really pretty. I love
Yes, personally.
Luna as a name.
Yeah.
I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life.
She's
Put in
the
perspective,
alien.
if they were really not
Yes.
scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that? To your
Trees
knowledge,
from the
are
moon.
NHIs working with adversarial foreign governments in either technology exchange programs or back engineering programs?
I don't have data on that. I'm not sure.
Have you heard or you had people come forward to present that evidence?
not that particular evidence that you just espoused.
Basically, hey,
Okay, on
are
the 19th of April,
foreigners-
Dr.
are foreign
Kirkpatrick, head of
countries
Aero,
stopping us from
had
talking
said
about
that
this?
he did
And
not
he's
find
like,
any evidence of
"No."
UAPs. You also stated that you
No.
had, in your interview, that you had briefed him on information that you were uncovering, but that he did not follow up with you. Were the items that you divulged to him pertinent to national security?
Yes, him and I had a classified conversation in April 2022 before he took over Aero in July 2022, and I provided him some concerns I had.
Do you know why he might not have followed up with you?
Unfortunately, I cannot read his mind. I wish he did. I was happy to give sage counsel to him on.
He's
I
like,
cannot read his
when he took
mind.
the
I
helm of
really
Aero.
wish we would have talked
Okay,
about
and
it.
then my last question for you before
thought
I
we
move
were
to
friends.
Mr. Graves is you received prior approval from the Defense Department to speak on certain issues, correct?
Correct, through DOPSR, DoD Pre-Publication and Security Review, and I just want to remind the public, they're just looking from a security perspective. These are my own personal views and opinions, not the department's.
Okay, I'm asking that though mainly because I think that there are many people that would like to discredit you. So it does bring a certain amount of
Mom
credibility
said it
to
felt like
your
she was
testimony.
being
I'm required
scanned
by
by
law to do
whatever
that
she
as a
saw.
former
Ooh,
intelligence
that's
officer,
cool.
or I go to jail.
That's
for
some
revealing classified
spooky
information.
shit.
Yeah, we don't want you to go to jail.
Oh yeah,
my
he can't
next
say
question
certain
would
stuff,
actually
or he
be
would literally be
for
put in
Mr.
jail
Graves.
because he's under an
Can you
NDA at the
please
moment
explain
because of a
to
case
me
that's going
in
on,
detail
or
the
an
event that occurred
investigation
at
that's
Vandenberg
happening.
Air Force Base?
Vandenberg.
Certainly.
I know where that is.
In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was
Basically,
a
an
similar
Air
event
Force
within
base
24
saw
hours
this
later
crazy
in the
shit
evening.
happen.
This was a
You ever
morning
been to
event.
Monterey?
I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects
I
were
don't know where
approaching
that
some of the
is.
security guards at rapid speeds before darting off.
And they consider they're just
And this is
birds that haven't
information that
rendered
was
in yet.
received through one
Shit,
of
you're
the,
right.
Witnesses that have approached me at Americans for Safe Aerospace.
Was this documented?
We all
in
know
any
birds have been
official
made by the
form, whether it
government
was
as
a police
secret
blotter?
drones. For,
Yes, they had official documentation and record from
Birds
the
aren't
event that the
real.
witness held over the years.
And I'm not going to ask you to do it right now for time reasons, but you'd be able to sketch what was witnessed, correct? And have you seen that before on any other equipment and/or during your flight time?
I have not seen what they've described. This object was estimated to be almost the size of a football field, and I have
football
not seen
field.
anything personally that
Football
large.
field side.
Okay, and then
been
another
to
question
Monterey.
on follow-up
Was born there.
referencing
Wait,
the gimbal
really?
video Go Fast incident.
I
Can you just
stupid?
clarify, because to our understanding,
Seems
the
like it.
footage was actually cut off at a certain point, but what happens at the end of that video, just for those
Thought you were born in
Americans
a cave.
specifically there that are wanting to know about the rest of that footage?
Certainly,
Monterey,
there was some
California.
uncertainty
Yeah,
or
I don't recall that
instability
place.
with the object.
government stole
my
seemed like
sandwich.
and that's the last
I
last I
mean,
had seen of
if
the
it
video.
wa- it could
Much
be
of
a
the data
cave
that
over
I would
there.
recommend be analyzed
true.
would consist of
The
radar
Monterey
data
caves.
that would
all
provide
bears
precise
are
kinematics on the object as well as the fleet of objects that were operating nearby.
Okay, and follow-up, in regards to the reporting procedures that Mr. Garcia had addressed on, as well as Representative
So this stuff
Burchett,
is
with
kinda
the FAA,
close
to
to
your
us. I say
understanding,
kind
pilots
of,
that are
'cause
seeing this, commercial airline
very far
pilots,
away,
are they
considering,
receiving cease and desist letters from corporations for coming forward with information in regards to safety
Oh, yeah,
for
they send 'em
potential
they
airline
send 'em
passengers?
cease and desist.
I have been made privy to conversations with commercial aviators who have received cease and desist orders.
So
Basically,
the
stop
American
talking
public should
about
know
it.
that
Shitters.
corporations
It's
are
like,
putting
oh.
their own reputations on the not the line, but ahead of the safety of the American people. And I think, would you agree with that statement?
It appears so.
Okay. And I guess this would
Basically,
be my
pilot
last-
companies,
I'm out of time.
commercial
I yield.
airlines would rather them not talk
I'll be
about
back.
it
Good. Mr. Moskowitz.
and risk
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
people's lives.
Gentlemen, let's talk about the laws of physics.
Now I don't
for
know
a second.
why they'd want them to not talk about it.
Mr. Graves and,
Oh, I know
Commander
the
Faber,
law
I
of
heard you talk about
physics.
speed. When those objects broke the sound barrier, did they make a sonic boom?
I was in a jet. You can't hear anything. It's kind of loud in there.
Okay, so he didn't
Yeah,
hear one.
you're not able to actually personally
I
tell
know.
within the vehicle. I will say the objects that we were seeing, they were spherical,
Corporations putting
and they
profits
were
ahead of
observed
people?
up to Mach 2, which is a
No.
very non-aerodynamic shape.
What about G-forces? Let's talk about G-forces of those vehicles. Could a human survive
Yeah, Leon's
those
on the
G-forces
Cali
with
flag. You're
known
right.
technology
It's
today?
Leon.
No.
No, not for the acceleration rates that we observed.
Okay. What about what they look like? How close did you get? Did you see a seam or a rivet or a section? And what I mean is, obviously, the jets you're flying have all those things. Did these objects have those?
Me. Yes, we were.
Do you want to go, Ryan?
I didn't have the detail to be able to tell that.
So we got within a
Could
half
you
mile
see
of
if they were
Tic Tac, which
female or
people say that's
male?
pretty far.
Could
but
you
or
see
something
if they had
else?
it's actually relatively
titties?
close. No, it was perfectly white, smooth, no windows. Although
Yeah, they're
when we
talking
did
about the
take
Tic Tac, the white
original
Tic Tac.
FLIR video that is out there,
Tic
when you
Tac
put it on a
pussy.
big screen, it actually had two little objects that came out of the bottom of it.
Oh no.
But other than that, no windows.
Basically,
no
it was
seams, no nothing.
seamless.
Mr. Grush, as a result
had
of your
no
previous
visible
government work, have
wings
you
or
met
rudders,
with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge
things
yourself
that
of
help it
non-human
go.
origin craft?
How big were the alien knockers?
Yes, I
At
personally interviewed
least
those
D.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work,
Nice.
have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself about ATs,
It's
advanced
fucking
technologies
seamless.
that the U.S. government has?
Epic.
Based on conventional advanced tech, I was briefed to
Cecil brought his string up
the
onto the
preponderance
desk.
of
He's
the
playing
Defense
with it.
Department's
It's very
both space and aerospace
Cool.
department of programs. Yeah.
Do you have knowledge or do you have reason to believe that there are programs in the advanced tech
counts
space that are
it. He's so
unsanctioned?
cute.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say that they're above congressional oversight, what do you mean?
Complicated question. So there's, some, I would call it abuse here. So congressional oversight of conventional special access programs. So I'll use Title 10, so DOD as an example, right? So 10 U.S. Code Section 119 discusses congressional oversight of SAPs, discusses the DepSecDef's ability to waive congressional reporting. However, the Gang of Eight is at least supposed to be notified if a waived or wave-bigoted unacknowledged SAP is created, and that's public law.
Well, so that how does, I don't want to cut you off, but how does a program like that get funded?
Private
I will give you
corporations.
generalities. I can get very specific in a closed session, but misappropriation of funds and
that.
Does that mean
self-fund.
that there is money in the budget that is set to go to a program, but it doesn't, and it goes to something else?
Yes, I have specific knowledge of that. Yep.
Do you think U.S. corporations are
Money laundering,
overcharging
but alien
for
technology.
certain tech they're selling to the U.S. government, and that additional money
Corporate,
is
you're
going to programs?
private.
Correct. Through something called IRAD.
Okay.
What you?
Satellite imagery. Let's talk about satellite imagery. We have satellites all over the place, some that we're aware of and many that we're not aware of.
True.
Right? We're taking
We don't know
pictures
what everyone has
of
out
everything at every point and second.
Fun.
Mr. Grush, are you aware, do you have direct knowledge, or have you talked to people with direct
Would
knowledge
it be in corporate?
that there are satellite imagery of these events?
Stonks.
That was one of my primary tasks at NGA, since we process, exploit, and disseminate that kind of information. I've seen multiple cases, some of which, to my understanding, and of course I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and from other strategic and tactical platforms that I could not even explain prosaically. And I have a degree in physics, by the way, as well. And
This guy knows
I'm
physics.
aware that you guys have not seen these reports, unfortunately. And I don't know why.
Do you have direct knowledge, or you had spoken to people with direct knowledge that this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery?
I can't discuss that in an open session.
Okay.
Basically, probably, but I can't say here.
Do you have any information that the U.S. government is involved in a disinformation campaign to deny the existence of certain UAPs?
I can't go beyond what I've already stated publicly in my News Nation interview because it touches
Look at the
other
pet sugar
sensitive
skull in the water.
Okay. I'll yield the balance of my time.
Basically, this poor dude is
back.
apparently
Thank you, Mr.
unable
Chairman.
to talk about a lot of stuff because he's being held by an NDA.
Yep.
Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Mr.
So hopefully,
Chairman.
within the
I
next
thank
few
our
years or
witnesses for
so,
being here
that
today.
NDA will drop and we'll get to learn more about this shit.
Mr. Garouche, in your
That's why I'm
sworn
interested in this. I
testimony,
want to know what the
you
fuck
state
they
that the
could
United
be
States
talking
government
about.
has retrieved supposedly extraterrestrial spacecraft and other UAP-related artifacts. You go so far as to state that the U.S. is in possession of, quote, non-human spacecraft, end quote, and that some of these artifacts have
pussy's so good,
circulated
it's NDA.
with
Yeah.
defense contractors. Several other former military
Is
and
out of this
intelligence
world.
officials have come forward with similar allegations, albeit in non-public settings. However, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of AARO, previously testified before Congress that there has been, and I quote, no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity or of, quote, off-world technology brought to the attention of the office. To your knowledge, is that statement correct?
It's not accurate. I believe Dr. Kirkpatrick mentioned he had about 30 individuals that have come to Arrow thus far. A few of those individuals have also come
Damn,
to
he
Arrow
said
that
that's
I also
not
interviewed,
accurate.
and I know what they provided Dr. Kirkpatrick and their team.
Okay.
I was able to evaluate
Okay,
that information.
I need to go on.
Sure.
But
She said, just shh. I have other shit to
my
ask.
understanding that
Is this
his
pussy o'clock?
statement
Bice.
is accurate.
I prefer Bice.
Came from a direct quote. And this contradiction is a perfect example of why we need to inject
Chicken butt, got him.
transparency into our government. And for another example, look no further than the pitiful response to the Chinese spy balloon debacle earlier this year.
Yeah, that was kind of a shit
You
show.
may remember the mass confusion that ensued when the balloon was first
People were
spotted over
freaked
Montana,
out and
4
like, what
days
the
after
fuck
it
is that
first
thing?
entered U.S. airspace over Alaska.
Think
the
we can
Biden
handle
administration's
aliens? Nah.
initial inability to address the
No.
object grew into a continuous series of embarrassments. After
True.
news of the balloon reached
Truly.
the mainstream media, we were assured that the balloon posed no threat to our security. However, after the balloon was allowed to transit the entire continental United States, fighter jets were scrambled off the coast of South Carolina to shoot it down. This flip-flopping and obfuscation caused needless confusion, fear, and panic across the country. It's my hope, Mr. Chairman, that this sort of confusion will not be repeated. We should investigate the extent to which elements of our government possess or do not possess information that is of critical value to the American people. We owe it to the citizens of this nation to make sure that our government is transparent and accountable.
I agree.
We must make sure
Government
that our
should be
government
more
provides
transparent
answers,
with their
and
citizens.
Congress must-
Granted, not all of it. I'm not saying tell us every single fucking thing you're working on, but we need to know a little bit more about what's happening in our government. We need to know what's going on, especially if it's a civilian issue. We need to know. We are civilians. We can't even handle a balloon. Well, that's because our government was being shady about it. They're like, we don't know what it is. It's like, just say it, man. Just rat on the fucking Chinese. Do it.
Do its duty to solicit those answers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yeah, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2022, NASA announced that it was commissioning an independent study team to examine UAPs. The NASA team is comprised of scientists across different fields, as well as former astronauts and pilots. In May, the independent study team held its first public meeting, which included the perspectives from NASA senior leaders, as well as perspectives from the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. The NASA study team is also expected to release its first report pretty soon, and I think it's safe to say that we all eagerly await its results.
Yeah, me too.
Mr. Graves, how might NASA's research influence the commercial industry regarding safety in UAP?
I think NASA has a big role to play as far as commercial aviation safety, and it's one of their original charges as an organization. One of the recommendations that have been put forward is to utilize their existing aviation safety reporting system to serve as a short-term fill and trusted platform for pilots that want to report on UAP. It also has built-in analytics capability and is funded by Congress.
Basically,
Gotcha. And
don't
also,
be
Mr. Graves,
scared to
are there
talk
any
about what you
other
find,
industries
NASA.
that may be influenced by the NASA research
Silly
on UAPs?
bastards.
And if
Tell
so, how so?
collaboration, mommy.
Well, I think there is a large swath of commercial capabilities that could be brought to bear on this topic, from space-based
Wouldn't
or
satellite have
ground-based
picked up on
sensor
anything
systems that
entering
are
our
available
atmosphere?
open source
Possibly,
or through
but it depends on
commercial
how good the
marketplaces.
technology of the
And I think
satellite
NASA's
is
work,
and
as they
how
work to identify
fast
and
this
highlight
motherfucker
specific
was.
parameters that can be found, we can take that information and
Because the way they
promulgate
worded
this
it,
to
their
the public sector
technology
so that we
that's
can have
like
more open
meant for
conversation
honing
about
in on
what
shit
we're seeing.
could barely keep up.
You know, in 2020,
just
the
depends on the
Department of Defense
satellite.
released several videos of UAPs, including Mr. Freyr's experience, U.S. Navy
Yeah,
pilots
the
that recorded
satellite
footage.
also has to be pointed
In
at it directly.
2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a preliminary
Hypothetically, if this thing can move the way they say it does, and if it exists, and if it's running around like this, it would also theoretically know where our satellites are and know how to move around them. So we wouldn't be able to rely on satellite data alone. We'd have to use pinpoint instruments that can follow it accurately and also know where to look to begin with. Our tracking shit couldn't track it fast enough doesn't sound fucking good. It does not sound fucking good. It's spooky.
report on UAP.
Which is why these people are having this meeting. They're like, alien or foreign, we need a way to track this shit and report on this shit so that we can figure out this shit, because this shit's scary.
Yeah.
Events. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson stated that NASA would begin to investigate these events. In fact, I sit on Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and when we were doing a hearing with the NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, I asked, why NASA needed to be fully funded, and there were many great reasons, but one of them was actually had to do with UAPs. He actually mentioned, is there life out there? I don't know. And so either way, these actions ultimately led NASA to assemble the independent study team that I mentioned earlier. Also in 2021, Harvard University set up the Galileo project to research and examine the origins of UAP. So it seems like both, from NASA and in the higher education community, because of the work that y'all have done and people standing up, I think we're seeing some of that stigma slowly going away. Mr. Freyer, do you believe that military pilots
need to talk
feeling
about the
empowered
crazy
to
shit
share
they
their
see in the
UAP
sky?
experiences
Especially
has
if it's a
directly
matter of
impacted
security.
the scientific community's research goals on this topic?
I would say yes. I would say that, starting in 2017, when it actually came out, it took that stigma away. I mean, I've talked to multiple senators who said prior to that, if you'd have mentioned UAP, you'd have been laughed off the hill. And now we're sitting here today for a public testimony on what's actually going on. I'm hoping that this curve will be more of an exponential and we'll get more and more transparent to the level that we can.
Yeah. And it's important. I couldn't imagine, I'm not a pilot, but I used to fly gliders in Civil Air Patrol.
Those are the same thing.
Pilot, and so either way,
Unlimited
I couldn't
astrological
imagine,
penis.
being in the glider and seeing
You've been in the zone. That's
and
been 3
then
hours already?
not
Yes.
feeling like I had
We've been
the
sitting here
agency
listening to
to
aliens
talk
and
about
drawing.
it. Mr. Graves, can you discuss the importance of seeking scientists to sit on your advisory board?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is going to be a scientific problem. And not only that, it's also an engineering problem. I've been working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics to help them stand up a UAP integration committee to help integrate their engineering prowess into this problem. And so, yes, very much. I think this is an engineering and scientific problem as much as a national security problem.
And how might Congress help to facilitate partnerships between the scientific community and the UAP focus groups within government?
Plain War Thunder.
Well, I think one of the things they can do is to have these types of hearings to communicate to the public that this is a topic of interest. I think that there is a pseudo-market, if you will, of interested capabilities and talent that want to approach this topic. And we're seeing that start to grow now. So I think continued conversation, reduction of stigma is going to allow that to flourish and allow answers to help generate themselves.
I agree.
100%. Well, thank you all for being here and thank you for your work. I think it's important that we keep our top scientific minds focused on this issue and look for ways to increase collaboration. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say I want to thank you for having this hearing, and I want to thank Mr. Burchett, Ms. Luna for leading this hearing. And with that, I yield my
Not a
5
pilot,
minutes
but I know
to
how to
Mr.
work
Burchett.
a pussy. Oh,
Thank you, Mr.
no.
Chairman. I'm going to.
I'm ready for the aliens. Rips off pants.
Rush, but if any of you all feel like you need to jump in, just jump right in. We're good.
What pants? Exactly.
Has the U.S. government become aware of actual
we're going,
evidence
we
of
don't need
extraterrestrial,
pants.
otherwise unexplained
I'm
forms
just
of
ready.
intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
I like to use the term non-human. I don't like to denote origin. Keeps the aperture open, both scientifically.
That's fair.
Certainly, like I've discussed
We
publicly.
don't know what it is.
Previously,
It could be
1930s.
one of ours
Okay.
from someone.
Can you give me the names and titles of the people with direct firsthand knowledge and access to some of this crash retrieval, some of these crash retrieval programs, and maybe which facilities, military bases that the recovered material would be in? And I know a lot of Congress have talked about we're going to.
Now, that's why I think the private companies are full of shit, and the reason they don't want their pilots to talk about it, they're talking now about something called crash retrieval programs, but the government clearly, at least these guys, don't know what the fuck that is. Are there private companies out there, like, finding alien tech and going, my airplane's gonna be better than any other person's airplanes?
I don't know.
I'm not a pilot, but I'm in their DMs. We are not the same. Yeah, I don't know why. It just feels like private companies might be making programs to, like, collect crash sites and be like, mine! This is my technology! And then maybe even patent it secretly so that people can't emulate it. So they'll be like, you can't make anti-gravity craft now. You have to fly my shitty airplane that I've only spent a fraction of money. I think of how much that'd be worth. Yeah! How much money do you think they'd make? How much money do you think they'd make keeping people away from that shit? Theoretically, if this is all happening, I could certainly see that as a possibility. A company, because take, like I said, the oil companies and the car companies at first, they don't want people figuring out how to update the engine because we're still running on fossil fuels. Because fossil fuels is a ludicrous business. It's a very lucrative. Lucrative? Is that the word? Not ludicrous. Lucrative. It's extremely lucrative. Gas is like, how much now? Like $6? At least here, it sucks. But it's... We have literally no fucking choice. We have to run on that. Not a possibility, a probability. Start the new company for alien tech. Hell yeah. Sorry, how much by you? About almost $6. It's gone down a little bit, but it's pretty bad here. There's a reason we're waiting for electric cars to come out from Toyota. Because first of all, fuck Teslas. Second of all, Toyota. But yeah, no, I could definitely see that being a thing. A private company finding and having programs, secret programs, dedicated to go and find these crashes that possibly happened, and get data on this stuff so that they can, like, secretly patent it after reverse engineering it and making sure no one uses it. They're like, this is mine. And then whenever the turn of the century happens, or they can no longer sustain a flight through fuel, and fossil fuels are now, like, kaput completely, and people have slowly started moving towards electrical and other stuff, then they'll figure out how to monetize the alien craft they've reverse engineered. I could definitely see that as a possibility.
Yep.
Of that actually being a fucking thing happening. Granted, I don't know if that's true, but I could definitely see it happening. Companies pretending that they're harvesting alien tech to improve their brand. I could see that too. Where they're like, we harvested alien technology, like 100 years in the future when all this stuff is like commonplace and like we know companies took alien technology. They're like, we did it first. We did it best. Like, imagine. I personally shook hands with an extraterrestrial from the Alpha Draconis system, and now we're partnering to make the best flight experience for you. Fuck, I hate my life. I hate late stage capitalism. But yeah,
here
that's
if you want
apparently
him,
what they're saying.
know,
Give it to the furries, they'll figure
There's
it out.
nothing
Yeah,
there
you're right.
anymore anyway. It's just, and we move like a glacier. And as soon as we announce it,
Xenoblade
I'm sure the
technology?
moving vans
Oh,
will pull
no.
up, but please.
I can't discuss that publicly, but I did provide that
Of course you
information
can.
both to the intel committees and the inspector general.
And
Basically,
we could get that in the skiff if
you
we
can't
were
talk
allowed
about
to
it
get in a
here
skiff with you. Would that
'cause
be
it's
probably
public.
what you would think?
Sure, if you had the appropriate access. Yeah.
What special
a
access
skiff,
programs
by the way. A
cover
skiff
this?
is I believe it is a secure compartment. Fuck, I don't remember what it means specifically. Sensitive compartmented information facility. Basically, it's like a really, really, really secure room with padding that no one can listen through. And possibly underground. The modding community. Trust me, they'll do something with it. You're right. Secure compartment. Fuck, you got it. No, man! But yeah, that's basically what it is. Transfems, you right. Give it to a transfem. More than likely, she's a programmer. Transfems.
This information,
They
and how is it possible that they have
furries are in the
oversight
IT
for so
industry.
long?
Transfems are all fucking
I do know the
programmers.
names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly and how they've evaded oversight. In a
Don't
closed
give it
setting,
to
I can
trans
tell you the
masks.
specific trait
We'll
craft
just
used.
be a gremlin about it. We'll chew it.
When do you think those
We'll chew
programs
on it.
began, and who authorized them?
I do know a lot of that information, but that's something I can't discuss publicly.
Discuss it publicly,
Well,
you
always jump in
coward!
on these,
Anyway.
You're more than welcome to.
I know we
What
can't
level of
without
security
getting in trouble,
clearance
but
is required to fully access these programs?
Yeah, I'm
Well,
sure
anybody
he
who
would like
has,
to
uh,
talk
Half the
about
kink
it.
community.
He knows that
myself,
if he does.
Half the
Representative
kink
Gates,
community is a bunch of
Representative Luna were
CEOs.
basically turned away at one point at Eglin. So please go right ahead.
Certainly difference between member access and, say, somebody like me, but anybody who has a TSSCI clearance and meets the eligibility criteria, the access adjudicative authority should be able to grant you access.
Mr. Burchett, if you'll yield, so just to put a fine point on that, there's nothing that you're aware of that's above special access program classification.
It's a misnomer that there's anything actually above top secret. Executive Order 13526 delineates the classification levels.
Right, but I draw a point on that because we can have access to those programs, and so the notion that we're not being given that access sort of defies our typical muscle memory here in Congress. Thank you.
Yeah, that's an issue. It means that the government officials don't know what's happening, and they're not given access, which means it is being processed privately. And I said, my money's on fucking companies trying to keep that shit quiet so that they can get their money and keep their profits.
You, Mr. Burchett, I'll yield back to you.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
just
Gates. Along those lines, Title 10, you may not know this or not, but Title 10 and Title 50 authorization, they seem to say they're inefficient. So who gets to decide this, in your opinion, in the past?
It's
But
a
if it
group
really
of
was
career,
an alien symbiote like Venom,
senior
oh
executive
no.
officials.
Okay, are they government officials?
People are already
Both in and
horny.
out.
Calm down.
Both in and out of government, and that's about as far as I
got
can
you.
go there.
All right, well, that leads to my next question. Which private corporations are directly involved in this program?
Private
How
corporations.
much taxpayer
there it
money has
is.
been invested in these programs? To
It's
your
like,
knowledge?
who's doing it? And it's like, I
mean,
can't
we know,
say,
we
I
know
bet.
we audit the Pentagon every year, and I've been here 5 years, and they failed the dadgum thing every year. They lose
said
over
Pentagon's
$1 billion
useless.
a year, we think. And
Man
I was told
literally just
Department
said
of Defense
Pentagon
maybe
useless.
60% of their assets are unaccounted for, whatever the heck that means in the public.
Wait, hold up. What? I did not catch that.
Maybe 60% of their assets are unaccounted for, whatever the heck that
60% of
means
their assets are
in the
unaccounted
public.
for. What assets?
They lose over $1 billion a year, we think.
They lose. The Pentagon loses over $1 billion a year. 60% of assets are unaccounted for. Well, now we know where our fucking taxpayer dollars are coming from. The Pentagon's losing it. $1 billion a year. That's fucking crazy. These asset babies. Flexes glues. Nice. Yeah,
And I was told
supposedly we're
Department of
losing.
Defense, maybe
Which
60%
I mean,
of
yeah,
their
there was
assets
an
are
article
unaccounted
about
for,
that.
whatever the heck that means.
We have
in the public
we've lost
sector,
track
you
of a
go to
lot of
jail
money
for that kind of
apparently.
crap. So tell me.
Yeah, I know when I'm $1 off of my DTS travel voucher, I get hammered, but it seems like it doesn't work the other
If
way,
you
right?
sell over
Yeah.
if you sell over $600 worth of stuff on eBay, now you get a call from the IRS. So, please, what corporations?
Yeah, I don't know the specific
He's not
metrics towards the
wrong.
end of your question. The specific corporations I
US is
did
in big
provide.
debt. We are in
to the
terrible debt.
committees in specific
They
divisions. and,
probably lost because they can't talk
I
about
spent
it.
11
True.
and a half hours
Think
with
of the
those
Sippy
intel
Dread.
committees. So.
Okay, has there been an active U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena? And if so, why?
I don't
I
think
can't
so.
go beyond what I've already espoused publicly about that.
I don't personally think so. I think they're just not saying it one way or the other because they don't fucking know. If you do get a payment with a business account, you do have to report it if it's over 600. Yeah. Business account. That's true. It is a business
Okay, I've
account.
been told to ask you what that is and how
Start
to get it in
selling
the
US
record.
government gotchas. You're right.
Which,
What have you stated publicly in your interviews for the congressional record?
if you reference my News Nation interview and I talk about a multi-decade, campaign to disenfranchise public interest,
Sorry, Mr.
Basically.
Chairman, I've gone.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
apologize, Mr. Chairman. I yield back negative 21 seconds.
Thank you. Ms.
Why is he always asking
Ocasio-Cortez?
about fucking
Thank you,
time?
Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for coming here
Why not?
today. I do concur with the ranking member as well as several other members here on this committee that this is a
Sissel,
committee for
what are you doing, bud?
whistleblowers and for the protection of whistleblowers as
Oh,
well.
you're playing
so
with
we
your string.
understand
Go ahead,
what
soldier.
you're putting on the table here and what you're putting on the line here, and we thank you for that. Mr. Grush, you sat on the Unidentified
man.
Anomalous Phenomenon Task Force created.
Hey, Ocasio-Cortez. She's fucking cool, by the way.
Just because we talked about it a little bit earlier, I just wanted to point out.
What's up?
It seems like the X from the company, quote unquote, Twitter, has
Yeah.
been taken down today.
Fuck yeah! Get that shit out of here! It was an eyesore! Okay, so for those who don't know, Elon Musk put a giant fucking X on top of his building recently for Twitter, the Twitter company. It got taken back down because it was technically illegal.
Yeah, and it was literally blinding the people in front of
It was the most
Twitter's
ostentatious shit I've ever seen.
Yeah, so sorry for the little apostrophe, but
No, you're good. I'm glad to hear that.
I
I'm
thought
glad
it
to
was
hear it got
important
removed.
for the discussion earlier.
It's very important. Hell yeah, get that shit off. Fuck yeah. They're probably gonna want to leave Twitter soon. He's using Twitch to train AI. Ew. Hey, let's all start
Hello
cussing. Oh, hi, Miss Fantastic. Welcome in. Welcome to the Bat Cafe. Please take a seat, enjoy your stay, and have some tea as well. I'm about to give some really stupid advice, so don't listen.
Or do.
If the muskrat is actually using Twitter to train AIs, I think we should all just bombard the site with nothing but curse words.
I mean, I would.
Should have rebranded it to L. Oof. Oof. Also, where should we be going? Because I have a few websites that I'm in, just chilling, until Twitter just goes fucking down. It's nothing but garbage. Yeah, I would, or Flavortown memes, I would love to do that. I would love to see just an insurrection of Twitter users just bombarding this shit. I'm looking at Miss
Yeah.
Key. I've heard about Miss Key. If you guys have other suggestions, though, where you think people should start heading, let me know. I will check out Miss Key. Nervously
Same,
looks at
because,
Tumblr. I'm already on Tumblr. I've been on Tumblr
I-
since 2012. You can't get me off Tumblr.
I would say same because I am a dum-dum with places, so
Yeah.
I struggle to find other place by my own.
I just don't know where everyone's gonna move to. Wherever,
Yeah.
like, the mass amount of people want to head, I'll head too. Just so I can keep people updated on the new platform. My house.
Yeah.
Just come to my house. You know what? Yeah, everyone go to someone's house. Time to revive Neo City.
I mean, is there a place for everyone over there or someone? Because there's gonna be a lot of people.
Not Neo Cities. Fuck. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep my eyes open. I already have a few places. I've also joined places like Pillow Fort. Pillow Fort, by the way, is so fucking cool. It reminds me a lot of Tumblr, which is probably why I like it, but it allows for not safe for work material. We pull it up to Tumblr. Yeah, me and the boys in the car pulling up to the Tumblr. Let's go to Reddit. That way we can infest it with non-assholes. Viable.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
There's
something.
Tumblr and Pillow Fort and a place called Hive, which is similar to Twitter. I've heard about Hive as well, but I'm scared of Hive. I'm fully moving to Tumblr. I've been using it slowly over the past few months to get used to it. Yeah, if people... Well, about to be a hive mind. Yeah, if people are interested in Tumblr, I could show you guys how it works. I've been there since 2012. I personally prefer Pillow Fort, but it is also kind of in beta, and there is a lot of issues with it right now. Also,
So we're gonna go live
there's
with...
just not a whole lot of people on.
So, Pillow Fort, we're gonna go live with Zebber?
Yeah!
Nice.
But yeah, with Pillow Fort, I don't know if anyone's gonna be joining it, which is why I've just made one and I'm sitting on it. Because I like it personally. If it were my choice, the migration point would be Pillow Fort. But, you know, I don't know where everyone else is gonna end up going. I want to be able to follow the masses. My toxic ex used Reddit and posted about me without my permission. Ew, that's gross.
Oof.
Granted, you just said X and Reddit, so you knew now you know they are just complete shit.
Yeah,
they're if you didn't know before.
Now you know. The more you know.
Look at that bird. Cute. Alright, let us continue with
Hello.
our video. Because Ocasio-Cortez, she fucks it up. I really like her.
Stand what you're putting
She's very pretty, also.
on the table here, and what you're putting on the line here, and we thank you for that. Mr. Grush, you sat on the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon
Miss
Task
Keys in
Force
Japanese.
created in the 2020
Help.
NDAA, correct?
Yes.
There have been some things that have been mentioned here during this hearing that I wanted to pick up on. Mr. Graves, you mentioned specifically during the answers to one of your questions, you named Boeing contractors being engaged in an incident regarding this red cube about a football field wide. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the interaction, or Mr. Grush, either of you, the interactions between defense contractor companies and any UAP-related programs or activities.
So I'll just say that the information about the contractor themselves were provided by a witness, and I have no particular detail in that relationship.
Mr. Grush?
The kind of general unclassed wave tops, certainly the contractors, you know, are the metal benders, so to speak. They're the ones actually doing specific performance on government contracts.
Are they required to issue any disclosure regarding UAP sightings, or do they engage in any reporting around this?
In terms of the contractors,
Yes.
not that I'm aware of.
They do not. Okay. Now, when it comes to notification that you had mentioned about IRAD programs, we have seen defense contractors abuse their contracts before through this committee. I have seen it personally, and I have also seen the notification requirements to Congress abused. I am wondering, one of the loopholes that we see in the law is that there is, at least from my vantage point, is that depending on what we're seeing, is that there are no actual definitions or requirements for notification. What methods of notification did you observe? Like when they say they notified Congress, how did they do that? Do you have insight into that?
For certain IRAD activities, I can only think of ones conventional in nature. Sometimes they flow through certain, I'll just say, SAP programs that have cognizant authority over the Air Force or something, and those are congressionally reported compartments, but IRAD is literally internal to the contractor, so as long as it's money, either profits, private investment, et cetera, they can do whatever they want.
To put a finer point on it, when there is a
basically
requirement for any
corporations can do whatever the
agency
shit
or
they
company
want.
to notify, or any agency to
As
notify
fucked as that
Congress Do they contact
And that's
the
why they're
chairman
hiding
of
them
the
from us.
committee?
Oh,
Do they
the
get them
aliens
on
are
the
people
phone
from Avatar: The Last
specifically?
Airbender.
Is
You're
this
right.
through an email to hypothetically a dead
What about
email
the
box?
pussy claws? Oh no.
A lot of it comes through what they call the PPR, Periodic Program Review Process. If it's a
BPR.
SAP or Controlled Access
still
Program
immature.
equity, and then those go to the
It's
specific
CPR,
committees, whether
but
it be the SAS, CAS, HISI.
Thank you. I apologize. I just my time is limited.
I'm gonna get Leon BPR.
Mr.
You know
Graves,
what I
one of
mean?
your main concerns is that the FAA currently does not have an official process to receive reports of UAP from pilots or others, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, what data should the Aero program
PPR,
prioritize
record.
for potential collection? We have, location, date, time, but are there other specific characteristics that should be included in these reports?
Certainly. I think that there's two categories that would be important. One would be kinematics and understanding the specifics of how the vehicle or objects are moving.
I agree.
And the
How
second
the
would
fuck
be
are
a
they
more
moving?
zoomed out approach of being able to look
Magic.
at origin and destination after, before the incident, as well as getting a better contextual understanding of how these objects are interacting with each other.
Thank you. Now, because I only have a minute left, I apologize, we only have 5 minutes today, but for the record, if you were me, where would you look? Titles,
Over there.
programs, departments,
That way.
regions, if you could just name anything.
Basically, where would she
and
find
I
any
put that as an open
information?
question to the three of you.
Because that shit's hard to
I'd be
get.
happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Like,
Thank
who does she need to get into touch with
Commander Fravor?
to find this shit?
And I would say, and I've told people that you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of the classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly what Mr. Grush can point you,
Classification levels.
then you have them.
Okay. Mr. Graves?
I was an operator, so I was depending on folks like Mr. Grosh to do that homework.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back to the chair.
Mr. Biggs?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses for being here today. I'm over here. Thank you so much for being here. I want to get into specifics here, and the reason I'm going to go this way is because you've talked a bit about what I would call
Keenest personal
misdirection
record. I
by
agree. I like that one better.
official U.S. government with regard to UAPs, right? And so I'm going to get to that in a second. But last week, White House NSC spokesman John Kirby stated that UAPs are having an impact on our training ranges and need to be treated as a legitimate issue. Do you concur with his statements? That's for each of you.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Why would they say no?
Now, having said that, I'm
We
going
are
to take
all
you to
very
specific
immature.
instances
You're
around
right.
the Phoenix Valley, because that's where I live. And in '97, we
I'm
had
the
the
most
famous
mature.
Phoenix Light case. I
Hey, I
don't know if
remember
any
the
of you are
Phoenix
familiar
Lights.
with that.
It was in the 30s or the 90s. Not
There
the 30s.
were two things that went along with that, and the explanation was military training range off Luke and the Barry Goldwater range. Do you know anything different other than the official explanation of those lights?
Only what's in the public vernacular about it. That was outside the scope of my duties.
And
Basically, he
if we
doesn't
wanted
know.
to, just my question along with my colleague from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, if we wanted to find out more about that, where would we go to find the files, and who would we address? And are you going to tell me we need to go to a SCIF so you can tell us in a SCIF?
I could potentially give you a vector on that. That specific case, I'm familiar with it in terms of public, but I give you a vector in closed environment.
Yeah,
that would be good.
It
Thank you.
happened in the 90s, so of course he's not going to know about it.
It's true
It's not something
that
it's
UAPs
not
are
his
having an
wheelhouse.
impact on training ranges, and this administration considers it to be a legitimate issue. What steps can Congress take to address training range impacts? And I say that having two very large training ranges in my state. And so we'll start with Mr. Graves and go on down the panel.
Some of the initial procedures have been implemented, such as within the United States Navy, that have a range failure report that gathers information from pilots. I understand that a service-wide reporting mechanism is still pending. However, that would be a great next step, not only for gathering information, but for showing the troops that it is an acceptable topic and reducing the stigma.
Okay, please, all of you continue.
Yeah, as a recipient of a lot of those training range reports, sometimes we only get contextual kind of oral Reporting, it'd be nice if they
horrible.
attached all sensor data and there's a
Sorry.
system in place that can handle
Have
the
a good
multiple
lurk, Ghost.
classifications of data.
Be right back.
And that's an
Understood.
issue with the F-35, right? That jet was never
See you
built to be
soon.
an ISR platform, and it's a pain in the, we'll just say butts, to get that data off. So.
Butts.
Thank you.
I am dead.
Yeah, I
Bunny
would agree
Chan,
with the
hi.
previous to being a user of those training
Why
ranges.
did you do it? Why did
that
you murder
The data
me?
has to be out there. You have to acknowledge
Why
that you're
not?
seeing them, and then you have to collect the data.
How are
Right
you
now,
doing?
you get the
Look at
report.
me, look
Someone
at me.
says, I saw something, but
We're
no one
watching
collects
stuff
the
about
radar
aliens.
data to back it up and do research.
Okay.
Possibly.
Do you believe that the 2019 classification
How about
guidelines for UAPs interferes with the federal government's ability to be transparent with the American people? And do you think we need to be more transparent with the American people?
Yes, I
All
do.
of you, yeah.
I'll say yes to that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with at least the UAP Task
Tell
Force
us.
2019 Security Classification Guide. I think it's fair. I did actually help author that with the
Uh-oh,
director.
you got a bias that
Yeah,
way then.
but I will say, I'll call it a lazy attitude about declassifying videos. I mean, I've seen some
True.
of the videos of the recent shoot down,
He's
and I
right.
saw no reason that couldn't have been released as long as they mask, some data. The American people deserve to see that imagery and full motion video.
Yeah, true. Like, if there's actual shit out there,
I would think.
Why the
well,
fuck
in my
would they
opinion,
hide it?
I will say, things are overclassified. I know
dumb.
for a fact the video or the pictures that came out in the 2020 report that had the stuff off the East Coast, they were taken with an iPhone off the East Coast. A buddy of mine was one of the senior people there, and he said they were originally classified at TSSCI. And my question to him was, what's TSSCI about these? They're an iPhone
Right.
literally off the vacapes. That's not TSSCI. So they're overclassified, and as soon as they do that, they go in a vault, and then you all have to look for them.
Yeah, so with the
You wanna make a great
overclassification,
entrance?
that may
You
be
did.
one way. Are there other ways that the DoD or intelligence
just enter the
agencies are,
cafe and eat the
keeping
host,
this
get
information
scrapped.
from the
I'm
American
tiny,
people, or
so
even from Congress?
it's easy to do right now.
I think part of that has been not encouraging reporting. If the problem is not something that can be measured, it's not something that's going to be fixed.
True.
Very good.
That's actually
But I'm out of
actually
time, and I
true.
thank
That
you, Mr.
makes me
Chairman,
sad.
and I yield back.
First of all, without objection, Representative Nick Langworthy of New York has waived on the subcommittee for purpose of questioning witnesses at today's subcommittee
Oh,
hearing.
thank you.
And then we go to Mr. Burleson.
No more tiny. No more. No tiny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you guys coming out today.
I like to be big,
testifying.
normal,
Look,
small.
I've been
What
here
the
for
fuck?
6 months, and I'm pretty skeptical. I don't trust anything in this town, and
I feel
and
that.
so I think that's because I'm from Missouri. You've got to show me, right? With that being said, there's been a lot of things that have been said in the public, Mr. Grush, and so I want to get down to, if we can, some specifics, right? So. At one point, you had said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile?
No, basically,
in your
have
reports?
the UFOs been
I
attacking
know
anyone?
of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured. And
Or
the
no,
activity-
he's talking about
by UAPs or by
yeah, he's talking about
by
UAPs
people within
and people in the group.
federal government?
Both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human
Non-human
technology
craft, yeah.
and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and not to be very careful
Where
here,
do I find some
'cause you don't-
UAPP?
they tell you never to
Hey.
acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally
Welcome back,
witnessed
Renetta.
myself and my wife was very disturbing.
Okay.
Basically, there's been some attacks.
One of my constituents actually sent this next question, and I figured I'd ask it since I had the same thought. You've said that the U.S. has intact spacecraft. You said that the government has alien
Spacecraft.
bodies or alien species.
Please.
Have you seen? Have you seen the
You're
spacecraft?
asking about the aliens.
I have to be careful to describe what I've seen firsthand and not in this environment, but I could answer that question behind closed doors.
Motherfucker,
And have you
stop
seen any of
saying
the
that.
bodies?
Just tell me.
That's something I've not witnessed myself.
Okay,
so he hasn't
And
seen aliens.
With that being said, you know, and the other statement that has been made that was intriguing to me it's intriguing because my view has been that we are billions of light years away from any other
Any
system.
potential
And
life, yeah.
the concept that an alien species that's technologically advanced enough to travel billions of light years gets here and somehow is incompetent enough
to crash,
not survive
yeah,
Earth or
like...
crashes is something that I find a little bit far-fetched.
Bizarre.
And with that being said, you have mentioned that there's interdimensional potential. Could you expound on that?
Yeah, to answer your first question, and I'm here as a fact witness and expert, but I will give you a theoretical framework at least to work off to kind of espouse crashes, regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash.
There are planets that are close enough to possibly bizarre. Is that a JoJo's reference? Yes. There are planets that are technically close enough that could house extraterrestrial life. But there are scientists that have done the math, and they're like, yeah, no, it would be pretty much impossible for them to have gotten to us at a reasonable pace, without being so spectacularly technologically advanced from us that it would literally boggle our minds, and then they crash. Like, that kind of thing seems very far-fetched to them. So either one of two things is happening. They don't actually... The things that have been crashing here are people that were just not prepared. Which, to that I say, I don't know. Or, alternatively, it's not manned. It's droned. And they don't really care if it crashes or not, because they have plenty more where that came from. So that's my 2 cents on that. I don't know either way, because I don't know. But I can agree with this guy where it's like, you go all that way from a planet far, far away to visit another planet, and then you crash. Like... How? You can't... Anyway. In terms of non-Earth life, they're as sentient as us, they'd really far away. Other life-like planets or even single-cell organisms will be far more likely for us to find. Exactly. But yes, if there is a hypothetical species out there that is just as intelligent or more intelligent than us, to the point where their technology has gotten to give them the ability to cross space at such a rapid point, why the fuck would their technology be so good that it can pass through galaxies seemingly within a fraction of the time we can, but then it's bad enough to crash? I don't get that. I don't think it would work. As a former government person myself, I agree they're likely drones. Even if they found life on them, if they can come here, they can easily make a creature for the purpose for exploration that isn't very sentient. Exactly. There's actually a theory out there that the quote-unquote little green men, which don't actually exist in the alien conspiracy headcanon, they're called Greys. Those are supposedly biological androids. They were supposedly just lab-grown or whatever grown, made artificially, biologically, yes, but still artificially, that act like drones. They're just mindless things that fly these things and act as drones to explore the galaxy, I guess. Supposedly, that's what they could be. So if they supposedly found alien bodies in a really, really good ship, it would probably be that. Biological tissue with robot skeletons, maybe? I was thinking more like something grown in a test tube, maybe artificially created, because if you have that kind of technology, you have the tech to splice DNA and create your own biomachine. Yeah, exactly what Renetta said. A biomachine. Also, Greys look fucking funny. We can already print DNA. Exactly. If we can do that, if something that can fly like this is of a extraterrestrial people, that can be cuckoo fucking crazy, they'd be able to easily print their own biological androids, their own bio machines that act as pilots, automatic pilots for these ships, with just enough intelligence to be able to do said trip, but might not be intelligent enough to be able to steer the ship correctly. There will be failures here and there. Not every machine is made perfectly, so there is going to be issues. But that's just my 2 cents. We need to determine there is no life in our solar system. Also, there's some evidence warp is possible, though required energies our society can't yet produce to fully test. True, we know that it's theoretically possible to create warp points in the galaxy. So we could have interstellar galactic neighbors, maybe not near the solar system, but definitely maybe in the same arm of the Milky Way. Because for those of you who don't know, we are a spiral galaxy. We have arms. So maybe, let's say we have a neighbor who's in the same arm as us, and they've seen us in their technology, with their tech, like a, I don't know what, does Zam have arms? Do you have arms, Zam? What is it called, though? Yeah, they're telescopes. Fair. But yeah, let's say, theoretically, an alien species picks us up on their telescopes and wants to go see the cool monkeys that are starting to learn how to, grab stuff and fly to their moon. That'd be kind of cool to go and visit and see and study. And that's what I would assume they'd want to do. That's what we would do if we saw sentient life growing and, like, actively growing on a planet. We'd be like, hey, fucking yo, I want to go see that. It would help answer a lot of questions as to how a lot of stuff evolves. It'd be really cool to go study. I would go to an alien planet to study that shit. Why wouldn't aliens come study us? For the purpose of going, hey, what the fuck, that's cool. Look at the funny little creatures that figured out how to scan their closest planets in their solar system. You do it. I would do it, at least. What do these hairless apes know how to make explosions? That's something else I want to get to soon, but, yeah, theoretically, if these motherfuckers are showing up, they could probably be sending drones to scan and study us to see what the fuck we're getting into. What are we doing? Why are we here? All that good shit. Look at the monkeys. They think they're smart. Look at them. Look at the funny hairless apes. Oh, they got 4 fingers and a thumb. Oh, that's so cute. They can grab stuff. We would basically, technologically and mentally, as well as intelligence-wise, we would be less than dogs to them at this point. We would be like ants. But some people like to study ants. I'm just saying. That's what I think is happening. If this is happening, it's probably people studying us. If we're being completely fucking honest. And they're sending drones. Once in a while, a drone will crash. Something goes wrong. We've had that happen to us plenty of times. Or they crash that shit on purpose because maybe they know they'll never get it back anyway. And they don't want the monkeys to possibly get our... What if they want us to get our hands on it? Oh, hello! I'm dancing. Yeah, either they... Oh my god. Oh my god, my head! Oh my god. Oh no. That was scary. Thank you for the clip, Dread. I got... my head decided to do shit. Oh god. But yeah, that's my 2 cents on what I think the reason they would crash. It's because they're unmanned. At least they're unmanned by creatures that they give a shit about. Let's give these meatbags fun toys. Yeah, who knows? What if they're throwing fun toys at us? Like... Desmond ate the gum fruit. I did. I am rubber. I have a question. What if they like our porn and TV? I mean, hey. I bet aliens are totally weebs. Possibly. Very much so. I have a question, actually, for the One Piecers here. Is there someone who can... Is there a fruit that gives glue power? Like they can
I'm
stick to stuff?
sure there is.
Can there be one? Like an
I
official
mean-
one? That way Luffy can be like, ha, I'm rubber and you're glue.
I mean, like Dredd pointed out, there's someone called Mr. Tree that use candle wax.
Ew.
So
I mean the
his
stick
whole-
fruit. Yeah.
So his whole body and things are to be candle wax.
Oh, interesting. I mean,
so it can be like as quote unquote liquid as glue.
So there theoretically could be a glue fruit.
I mean, like I think it's Blippi that said that basically there could be a fruit for almost anything.
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
So,
like a stick
because
fruit or
there-
whatever, like you
because
said.
there's fruit for like animals, and there's fruit for like elements, and there's fruit for things. So basically anything could be a fruit.
Sweet. I'm rubber and you're glue.
The only thing is that you need to think that your body will be made of that thing. Because, like, literally, Luffy, his body's made of rubber. If you take, like, Mr. Tree, his whole body is made of wax. And another character that you see way later that it's not very important, I think. Because where I was, it's not very important. It's mostly there for funny moment. It's a guy made of swamp water, or like because it's not sands. That's for there's someone of sands already, but
Undertale?
like it's like mud, I would say. Like swamp water or mud. Like, literally, the guy was locked in a barrel at some point.
Oh.
But since his body was, like, he was trying to hide, so the thing is that he decided to hide in a barrel, so he transformed himself into mud or swamp water.
That, you know what, that's fair.
And then someone just put something on the top of the barrel, so he couldn't get out. So the guy was stuck in a barrel for like a while.
I was just trying to be silly.
Yeah.
I was making a silly joke. Oh, whoops. Hold up. There we go.
There could be many things in that world, and that's the thing that's scary.
Oh, I'm stupid. There we go. Alrighty. Who's the cutie you're drawing? Zedder! It's Zedder. They are a
It's a-
pillow.
Pillow men.
They are a pillow princey.
Cars crash,
I'm gonna turn
and
on
number of
this again.
sorties, however high, a small percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the holographic principle.
Thank you for the water.
It derives itself from general relativity and quantum mechanics, and that is,
And the
if
stretchy.
you want to imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a
And the-
shadow onto a 2D surface, that's the whole.
Okay, this dude's trying to talk about, like, interdimensional stuff. I'll back it up a bit. But, me trying to echolocate the alomens. Wait, is that a cat?
I see a little cat.
Hey, baby boy. Aww. Cecil is laying on the cold floor because it's nice and cool there. The cum-cum fruit? Oh no. I am scared of what the cum-cum fruit is. Yes, I did burp. That was me.
It does not say for work.
You know what? Sounds about right. I'll look later.
Okay, it's a meme, so I think it's gonna be the meme.
Oh, okay.
I
It doesn't
assume
not say
so.
work. Understood. Never mind. I'm not scared anymore. Oh no. It's video, so I'll watch it later.
Yeah, it's video.
Alright, let's see what this dude
However
has to
high, a small percentage are going to end in, mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multi-dimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework
multi-dimension.
that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the holographic principle. It's derives
the way
itself
they
from
write
general
it.
relativity and
Come
quantum
fruit.
mechanics, and that is, if you want to imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface, that's the holographic principle. So you can be projected, quasi-projected from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional. It's a scientific trope that you can actually cross, literally, as far as I understand, but there's probably guys with PhDs that we could probably argue about that.
But you have not seen any documentation that that's what's occurring.
Only a
theory.
theoretical framework discussion.
Okay, so they're theorizing. They don't have any proof that the aliens could be this ship, whatever is bringing it down. They don't have proof that it could be multi-dimensional. They're just talking in theoretics, and they're explaining that in order to explain what multi-dimensional stuff is, it could be like equating seeing someone's shadow, a third-dimensional object casting a shadow, which shadows are two-dimensional because they're flat. They're a flat plane. So that's kind of what he's equating it to. He's like, if they are fourth-dimensional, theoretically, they would be casting a three-dimensional shadow. So if they're looking at us, we'd be seeing that third-dimensional shadow, and that's what we think these ships could be. That's what we think what we might be seeing, if that's the case. Granted, they don't know if that's the case. It's all hypothetical shit that they're just talking about. That'd actually be even scary if it were. Imagine hearing that, no, you just saw a shadow when you saw a 3D object. It's like you saw a shadow of a fourth-dimensional creature. If that were the case, they'd be able to completely erase us with little to no effort. Exactly. Which poses the question, why haven't they? So, there it is. My theory on that would be simply because, why do they need to? If they have that kind of technology, yeah, we're just a few fish in a pond to them, if that's the case. They wouldn't give two shits about fighting us. It would be us worrying way too much about them and wanting to try and take the fight to them, which is probably a real shit idea, if all this theoretical shit is true, because we would have no fucking chance. We would lose.
Occam's razor is that these aircraft, have they been identified that they are being produced by domestic
This man said Occam's razor. I don't want to talk about the other dimensions.
Is there any evidence that that's what's being recovered?
Not to my knowledge, plus the recoveries predate a lot of our advanced programs that I previously am witting of. So,
Okay, so basically, I want to back that up real quick. He basically said, do you know if the technology that you're finding is secret programs that we are working on or that another person is working on and we just don't know it? And he says some of this stuff predates any of the tech that we have. Not to mention, this is stuff, he said this earlier, this is stuff that we could not dream to get within the next 40 years. At least. Razor's Occam? Love the idea of aliens looking at us like pets, like, oh, they know how gunpowder works. What I personally think could happen, if it all is a thing. Hi! How are you feeling? Oh. Oh, Cecil got mad at you. Owen! Oh, shit, right. It looks like Owen. It's not Owen. Hi, Sunshine. Are you about to end? No, we're discussing stuff. I'm still drawing. But, yeah, if this is all technically, theoretically happening and shit, it's been happening in droves, at least, from what I've heard, since we got nuclear weapons. So, possibly, if they are here to stop us from blowing shit up. It's like us seeing, like, an invasive species of ants trying to take down, like, a bunch of rare trees in the region. It's like, oh, no, let's the quality control, let's calm that shit down. They don't want our ecosystems to probably get fucked up. Or they want front-row seats to humanity's destruction. That's also true. They might just be here to observe. Either way, I don't fucking know. I'm just here to theorize, speculate, and drink water. I'm gonna dip out, gotta wrap up some work. Of course, Dread! Thank you for vibing! If you end up streaming art all week, I'm down for it. Oh, cool. Please feel free to reach out for questions about the GOM. Yeah, I might do an art-only week. Just to get a lot of these out. Crunches? What the fuck? Alright,
Crunches.
I'll do crunches while I listen to this guy. Aliens can't stop us from putting a McDonald's on the moon. You're right.
Would it be
Because
safe to
you
say
have
that
humans,
there
so
could be a scenario today
Cecil
where you
laid
have,
right on Leon's
an
desk. He
aircraft
cannot
that
type.
crashes,
Aww.
and
What a
because
cute
it's been
baby.
involved in one program from one federal agency, and
It's 'cause I was petting him a
agency
certain
that
way.
retrieves it is not aware of that program, and to them it appears alien in origin.
Yeah, they're talking about,
I mean,
is
that's
it
a
ours and it
hypothetical
looks
situation.
alien?
I'm not aware of any historical situation that would match that you described. So
You're not aware.
He's
He's
like,
like, not
no.
happened that you're aware of.
that
Alright,
I'm
let me
aware
do
of.
some crunches.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
What?
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Burchett and Congresswoman Luna. We asked to see any of the evidence that had been taken by flight crew in this endeavor and to observe any radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew. And initially, we were not afforded access to images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image. And we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to
Cecil,
attach
are you an
to
alien?
any human capability,
I knew it.
either from the United States
course he
or
is.
from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat
You know what?
informed
He'd
on
sell
the
me out
matter,
for a
having
fucking
served
cookie.
on the Armed Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years. When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said. They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico, and when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace, not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation for which there is a radar sequence that I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb. Again, like I said, not of any human capability that I'm aware of. And when he approached, he said that his radar went down.
Yeah.
He said that his FLIR system malfunctioned and that he had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection as you would typically see in a test mission. So I guess I'll start with Commander Fravor. How should we think about the fact that this craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming a number of the sensor and collection systems on that craft?
Well, I think this goes to that national security side, and you can go back through history of things showing up at certain areas and disabling our capabilities, which is disheartening. And for us, I mean, like I said, it completely disabled the radar on the aircraft when it tried to do it, and the only way we could see it is passively, which is how he got that image. So I think that's a concern on what are these doing, not only how do they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this.
And how should we think about four craft moving in a very clear formation, equidistant from one another, in a diamond, in all of the phenomenon, perhaps, Mr. Grave, that you've analyzed? Have we ever seen multiple craft in a single formation?
I have one particular case, and that was during the gimbal incident. The recording on the AT FLIR system shows a single object that rotates. You hear the pilots refer to a fleet of objects that is not visible on the FLIR system, and that was something that I witnessed during the debrief as part of the radar data on the situational awareness page. I would like to add, however, Congressman, there's a small bit of anger, I would say. I would feel that those pilots are still facing that difficulty in reporting this topic, and they don't have the tools to be able to mitigate this issue. It just goes to show how serious this is and why this is such an important issue for our pilots and for our nation.
It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that if you have a UAP experience, the best thing you can do for your career is forget it and not tell anyone. Because any type of reporting, either above the surface or below the surface, does have a perceived consequence to these people, and that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth. Mr. Chairman, I would observe that perhaps as we move forward from this hearing, there are some obvious next steps. Every person watching this knows that we need to meet with Mr. Grush in a secure, compartmentalized facility so that we can get fulsome answers that do not put him in jeopardy and that give us the information we need. Second, I would suggest that the radar images that were collected of this formation of craft out of Eglin Air Force Base, and specifically the actual image taken by the actual...
How was my break? My break was good. We are back, and now we are watching a briefing, actually, of a court hearing about the alien craft, possibly. It's real interesting. I've been talking over it a little bit. Eglin, I was there, oh my god. Oh, then you might know some stuff about this. Find it ironic that an alien craft was at a base known to have no experimental weapons. Yeah, it's very, interesting.
Flight crew that we can actually validate.
They were just taking a peek.
Provided
They were
to
just
the
looking
committee,
a little.
subpoenaed if necessary, so that we're able to track how to get this type of reporting and analysis done in a more fulsome way. That would be my recommendation, humbly as a guest here of the Fine Oversight Committee. I yield back.
I wanna touch it.
Ms. Mays?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to our witnesses who are testifying
I
today. I
wanna
want to thank
touch
each of you for
the
being here to
tic-tac.
discuss a topic of grave importance to our national security. Earlier this year, a Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of my home state of South Carolina. Since the Roswell incident in 1947, many Americans have wondered about the dangers of unknown objects crisscrossing our skies. Whether these are UAPs or weather phenomena, advanced technology from American, allied, or enemy forces, or something more out of this world. So my first question, I have several questions, and if we can just be quick on these first two, I'm going to ask each of you the same question, and then I'll get to each of you individually. The first one, when you reported your experiences with a UAP, did any of you face any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no?
No.
No. I've actually never seen anything personally, believe it or not. So.
All right. And then do you believe there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs, yes or no?
I don't have an answer to that.
As previously stated publicly, yes.
I think previously with like Project Blue Book, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Okay. Thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't report.
They've asked that
UAPs.
question multiple
my
times now.
personal
I know, it's a little frustrating. It's like, bro,
in
we
the
don't.
incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft
It's
seriously?
like they're not
after it was
listening when
reported?
their colleagues ask.
A few questions for Mr. Favor. As an
That
expert
or
naval
either,
aviator, have you ever seen an
they
object that
want to
looked and
see
moved
if,
like the
they
Tic
say
Tac
something
UAP?
different.
True. It's probably a type of test.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
Many dismiss
The way we
UAP
understand
reports
physics.
as classified weapons testing by our own government. But in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots?
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15
No
years for
dying.
your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sat somewhere in a file.
I
Never got
joked on a
recorded.
grape.
In a drawer. It happens a lot up here. Shocker.
joked on a grape.
Mr. Grush, a couple of questions for you
I know.
too, sir,
That's what
this
I get
morning.
for taking an
What
illegal
percentage
snack.
of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government? Of the 5% that are
scared
reported.
Yeah, they could be
I
testing
can only speak for
consistency of
my
answers.
personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through that I could triage. So.
Do you believe that officials at the highest levels of our national security apparatus have unlawfully withheld information from Congress and subverted our oversight authority?
There are certain elected leaders that had more information that I'm not sure what they've shared with certain Gang of Eight members or et cetera, but certainly I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly
Oh,
already
shit, here
in
we
my
go.
News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still in the
A lot of people better be
And
subpoenaed.
was this
Yeah.
documentary evidence, is video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
So basically, she just asked,
Okay. So, and you may or may not be
Did
able to
you
answer my
find
last
bodies?
question, and
He
maybe we get into
said
a skiff at the
yes.
next hearing that we have.
what
but
kind?
who in the
Human
government
or
either-
alien?
What agency,
Not human.
sub-agency,
Understood.
what
Can you talk more about
contractors,
it? No,
who
I
should
cannot,
be
ma'am.
called into the next
Unless
hearing
we're in
about
private.
UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a
Yeah,
private
no
setting? And you
recording.
probably can't name names,
No
but what
recordings,
agencies
yeah.
or organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific
It's vague. I hate it.
individuals.
It is vague. It's
that
so
were in those.
fucking vague, and
And
it's
how soon can
frustrating.
we get that list?
Which
to
is why
provide it to you after the
hopefully
hearing.
more shit
Super.
comes
Thank
out
you. And
about
I yield
this. Hopefully, sooner rather than later. Because I'd want to know
Now we
what
have
these.
Mr.
I
Ryan
want to know
Lucia.
specifics. God damn it! I hate this drip feed bullshit.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank
Me
all
one tea.
of the
Give me
witnesses for being here
aliens.
today to discuss this very unique topic.
we
And
want
I'd like to jump
boobas.
right into my questions if you don't
Want
mind.
alien titties.
Commander Fravor, can
Damn it.
you briefly describe your background?
Yeah, I was an enlisted Marine, Naval Academy graduate, Navy, flew for 18 years, got a master's from University of Houston, and I've worked in the private sector for the last, 16 years, 17 years. I do a lot of defense work. So
Really gold-plated credentials. Commander Fravor, we have all seen the floating Tic Tac video that you
Tic-tac.
engaged with on November 14th, 2004. Can you briefly talk about why you were off the coast of San Diego that day?
Yeah, we were at a workup with all the battle groups, so we integrate the ships with the carrier, the air wing with the carrier, and we start working. So we were doing an air-to-air defense to hone not only our skills, but those of the USS Princeton when they had been tracking them for 2 weeks. The problem was that there was never manned aircraft airborne when they were tracking them, and this was the first day, and unfortunately we were the ones
Ghost
airborne and went and saw
Potato. Apparently the guy is in an NDA right now, so there's certain stuff he just straight up can't say because there's an investigation going on. So that's why he's being vague, but it's still frustrating as shit. Like,
Yeah.
Do you remember the weather that day? Was it cloudy?
Like,
or
But
windy?
you know,
or
legal
anything out-
stuff is always like that.
yeah, because, like, I'm assuming they don't want him to give out his testimony and then people see it in a public space, and then people use that to, like, they're making sure everyone has a straight story and not taking it from him, basically. I'm well aware. Allegedly,
Out of
yeah.
the ordinary on
like,
the Pacific Coast.
It was actually, if you're familiar with San Diego, it was a perfect day. Light winds, no whitecaps, clear skies, not a cloud. It was, for flying, it was the best.
Now, is it true that you saw, in your words, a 40-foot flying tic-tac-shaped object?
Tic-tac!
That's correct. Or for some people that can't know what a Tic Tac is, it's a giant flying propane tank.
Giant flying propane
Did this
tank.
object come up on radar or interfere with your radar or the USS Princeton?
The Princeton tracked it, the Nimitz tracked it, the E-2 tracked it. We never saw it on our radars. Our fire control radars never picked it up. The other airplane that took the video did get it on a radar. As soon as it tried to lock it, it jammed the radar, spit the lock, and he rapidly switched over to the targeting pod, which you can do in the F-18.
From what you saw that day and what you've seen on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft?
No, there's none. There's no IR plume coming out. And Chad, who took the video, went through all the EO, which is black and white TV, and the IR modes, and there's no visible signs of propulsion. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet.
Basically, it's just
In
sitting
your
there,
career,
and it has
have you
no
ever seen
reason
a
to be.
propulsion system that creates no thermal exhaust?
No.
But
Can you
What?
describe how the aircraft
hold on, I'm
maneuvered?
pausing this. What? What was me? What'd I do? No, I did not. It was not me. It was not me.
Confused.
No, he's gonna cut my dick.
No, we won yelling at me.
What
Uh-oh,
did you
Desmond broke
do?
it. I didn't break it!
Abruptly.
What didn't you do?
Nothing.
Very determinate. It knew exactly what it was doing. It was aware of our presence, and it had acceleration
Just-
rates.
it
It went
wasn't
from
me.
0 to matching our speed in no time at all.
What did you
Now,
do?
if the
Yeah, basically,
fastest
this
plane
thing
on
could
Earth
keep
was
up with
trying
them,
to do
and it
these
was
maneuvers
terrifying.
that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
Can our tech do it? No.
And just to confirm, this object had no
No.
wings, correct?
No wings.
No wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would just left in a split second.
Basically, can't shoot it.
looks like
it's too fast.
That we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yeah, that's a security
Yes.
issue. He's like, literally, that's why I'm here.
In your belief, is this flying Tic Tac? I mean, is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the Earth?
No, like I said earlier, I think it defies current
He
material
doesn't-
science and the
he
ability to
thinks it's
develop that
alien.
much propulsion. And I know
Based
there's
on
been
what
some
he's
physicists
seen.
who've done calculations, which is beyond anything that we have.
Well, either the United States has an adversary here in this world that we don't know, or we really have some serious investigations to do. I really appreciate you being here. Is there anything else about the November 14th, 2004 incident that you think is important for this committee to know that you haven't been asked here today?
No, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that were tracking it, and then for us to get visual and to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever. I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were involved in the thing, including the video, every one of us is going to do 20 plus years in the military in very
The video
responsible
was pretty
positions.
good,
So
I will say.
the world needs to know that. It's not a joke.
Thank you very much for your testimony here
It's not
today
a
for all
joke.
of you.
I'm not
I'll
here to
yield back,
joke.
Mr.
I'm not
Chairman.
here to yank your jank,
Rose?
bro.
I hope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here and the courage it took to come forward and again, the sacrifice that each of you have made. I serve on the National Security Subcommittee for the Financial Services Committee, so I really want to stay in the national security lane, if I may. So when we think about traditional adversaries and
Ghost.
us towards them and them towards us, we probe their capabilities. We look for weaknesses, and we collect that data, that reconnaissance for in the event we need it in the future. For each of you, yes or no question. Based off of your own experience or the data that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs could be essentially collecting reconnaissance information? Mr. Graves?
I don't know. Reconnaissance,
Mr. Grush?
probably.
Fair assessment, yeah.
Mr. Fravor?
Very possible.
What kind of reconnaissance?
Again,
I
in the
can't
national
say.
security vein, is it possible
I don't fucking know.
that these UAPs would be probing our capabilities? Yes or no, Mr. Graves?
Possibly.
Rush?
Yes.
Fravor?
Definitely.
Is it possible that these UAPs are
To be
testing
fair,
for vulnerabilities
this shit's been around for a
in our
while. If they
current
don't,
systems?
they haven't figured us out by now.
Yes.
Possible.
Do you feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves?
Potentially.
Yes, sir, potentially.
Potentially. That was a good.
Same answer, potentially.
Yeah, I'd say
Fravor?
definitely, potentially.
Mr. Graves and Fravor, in the event that your encounters had become hostile, would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your
Probably
crew,
not.
your aircraft?
From what he
Absolutely
said.
not.
Yeah.
No.
Is based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Possibly. I'd be interested just
By
for the
external
fact that I wouldn't
observation,
want these
sure, that could
motherfuckers
be
to
a fair
explode
assessment,
shit.
Yes.
Is there any indication that the Department of Energy is involved
Capabilities,
in
reconnaissance.
UAP data collection?
If aliens are
and
big
housing?
tittied, I'd let them probe my.
I can't confirm or deny that.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
Could you do it in a secure setting?
Yes.
Mr. Fravor?
No, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm the last member to go, but there clearly is a threat to the national security of the United States of America.
Yes,
As members
obviously.
of Congress, we have a responsibility
Yes,
to
you do.
maintain oversight and be aware of these activities so that,
Yes,
if
you do.
appropriate, we
Yes.
take action. I would encourage the chairman to demand that we
The
have
chairman?
any and all, but in particular
I shouldn't
Mr.
be making
Brush,
fun of the way he talks.
talk
I'm a
to us
dick.
in a skiff. And if that access is denied, I will personally volunteer to initiate the Holman Rule against any personnel or any program or any
I don't know what the
agency that
Holman
denies
Rule is, but I'm
access
assuming it
to
means
Congress.
he's going
Mr.
to
Chairman, with that, I will yield the remainder of my
do
time
some
to
legal
my
shit
fellow
to be
colleague
like,
from
yo,
Tennessee,
you literally
Mr.
have to
Burchett.
tell me I'm a government official.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ogles, for the great questions, brother.
Which I
Mr.
agree.
Grush,
if private companies
I might have
are
asked
keeping this
before, but
shit
I want to make sure.
hidden
Do you have any personal knowledge
because,
of someone who's
for one
possibly
reason
been
or
injured
another,
working on
that's
legacy UAP reverse engineering? Okay. How were they injured? Is it something like a radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand? I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidences. What was your recollection of that?
I can't get into specifics, but you could imagine assessing an unknown unknown. There's a lot of potentialities you can't fully prepare for.
How do you think we ought to handle UAP whistleblower complaints like yours in the future?
Yeah, there was some issue with mine. So, PPD-19 process, it goes to the Intel committees, either through PPD-19 or ICD-120. There's not a good way for the Intelligence Community Inspector General to provide that to other committees. And I asked my information to be sent to the House and Senate Armed Services Committee because there are Title X equities at play, but there was no smooth process to do so. Yeah.
It's a trash can.
The trash
Are you aware
can.
of any individuals that are participating in reverse engineering programs for non-terrestrial craft?
Personally, yes.
Ooh. He
You
said
know any that would be willing to
personally,
testify
yes.
if there were protections for them?
Certainly closed door and assurances that breaking their NDA, they're not going to get.
Basically, I'm under
administratively
NDA. I can't
punished,
say it
so,
publicly.
Yeah.
But I can tell you guys.
Sure.
Thank you. We're going to do something a little bit out of the ordinary here. We're going to give 3 people a chance at an additional 3 minutes. So Mr. Burchett,
Dude, this guy sounds so tired.
Why don't you come back to me, Mr. Chairman?
That dude sounded tired.
Miss Luna, if she's on, is she on that list?
Sure.
Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record an article by News Nation, and it follows Mr. Grush's full interview for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grush, why is it that you refer to the phenomenon as non-human intelligence? Why deviate from the basis of extraterrestrial life?
I think the phenomenon is very complex, and I like to leave an open mind analytically to specific origin.
When you say specific origin, are you referring, can you elaborate on that for those that might not?
If it's a traditional extraterrestrial origin or something else that we don't quite understand from either a biological or astrophysics perspective. Yeah, I just like to keep an open mind on what it could be.
I dropped my eraser.
And referring to your News Nation interview, you had referenced specific treaties between governments. Article 3 of the Nuclear Arms Treaty with Russia identifies UAPs. It specifically mentions them. To your knowledge, are there safety measures in place with foreign governments or other superpowers to avoid an escalatory situation in the event that a UAP malevolent event occurs?
Yeah, you're referring to actual public treaty in the UN Register. It's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, the Agreement on Measures to Reduce the Risk of Outbreak of Nuclear War signed in 1971. Unclassified treaty publicly available. And if you cite the George Washington University National Security Archives, you will find the declassified in 2013 specific provisions in the specific red line flash message traffic with the specific codes pursuant to Article 3 and Article, also Situation 2, which is in the previously classified NSA archive. What I would recommend, and I tried to get access, but I got a wall of silence at the White House, was those specific incidents when those message traffic was used. I think some scholarship on that would open the door to a further investigation using those publicly available information.
Thank you. And then my last question with 51 seconds remaining. You mentioned white-collar crimes potentially taking place in regards to a cover-up. Can you please elaborate?
I have concerns based on the interviews I conducted under my official
private
duties
companies are doing this.
of potential violations of the Federal Acquisition Regulations, the FAR.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I yield the remainder of my time.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Raskin for 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I thank the witnesses for their endurance and service today. Mr. Fravor, you described your episode in detail now, and you call it the most credible UFO sighting in history.
Hey, babe, we're learning about aliens.
But I wonder,
kind of surprising, though. Was
this the first time that you encountered a UFO or a UAP?
What was I going to say?
In 2004?
Yes.
You mean a non-human flying
What was
people?
your general attitude or perspective
They were
on the
non-humans.
UFO
That's all we
discussion
know.
before that happened?
This shit's so frustrating.
It's basically just android people. That's what happened.
I mean, possibly, actually.
Guy wasn't a
we don't
UFO
know.
person.
We could be testing new android shit.
MUFON and all that.
And have you had experiences or encounters since that happened?
No.
And so have you formed any general conclusions about what you think you experienced then?
Yes, I think what we experienced was, like I said, well beyond the material science and the capabilities that we had at the time, that we have currently, or that we're going to have in the next 10 to 20 years.
Basically, shit's
Very good. Mr. Grush, you've been able to answer in great detail on certain questions, and then other things you say you're not able to respond to. Can you just explain where you're drawing the line and what's the basis for that?
Yeah, based on my DOPSR security review and what they've determined that is unclassified.
I see. So you're answering any questions that just call upon your knowledge of unclassified questions, but anything that relates to classified matters you're not commenting on in this context.
Well, I mean,
In an
he
open
can't,
session, but happy
technically.
to participate in a closed session at the right level.
Yeah, he can't talk about
Okay.
it publicly, apparently.
And Mr.
All right,
Graves,
so
you
I
said
think we're
that there
pretty
are dozens
much-
of
Yeah, we're
fellow-
pretty much caught up on everything that they've talked about. So basically, what they covered in the court hearing, which, by the way, I'm done with the art. Hey, Zibber.
Zebber.
Yeah, I finished drawing the Pillow Princey. And then I started working more on a commission.
Yeah, I remember the commission.
Yeah, I'm finally almost done. I've finally started getting in on that. But so basically, what they talked about, there are multiple pilots that are working both for military as well as commercial airlines. And for the most part, it's stigmatized around them to not talk about any aircraft that they see that they don't recognize technologically or, at all. What? You okay? What are you staring at? What? Wee One was squinting his little eyes at me, and I was very scared. But yeah, pilots are stigmatized about talking about it because, you don't want to talk about seeing the UFOs or you're crazy. Which, if it is either extraterrestrial or foreign, it's good to talk about it because that shit's of national security. But the reason they seem like they're not able to talk about it is because private companies are threatening their careers and their career climbing to the point where they could get fired even if they go around talking about it too much. Which, like I said, I've seen YouTubers who, one guy was specifically a pilot with his stewardess wife, and they would record shit that they'd see outside their windows. It's not like they were giving away any I guess, details about where they were going, who they were, but someone eventually figured out who they were and ratted on them, and they had to take down everything, and then they got in trouble with YouTube, all because they were just sharing a video of shit that they don't recognize. Like, it's awful. It's bad for them, and they've never had a spot to actually report this shit. So that's what the hearing was about. This guy was acting as a representative for different pilots of both commercial and military to give them some sort of way to talk about this without being, I guess, without their career being jeopardized. And as far as what the guy knows, he's explained what he knows of the craft itself, and that there have been people talking about finding biological stuff, whatever that may be, in some of these crash sites that have happened. And then, like that one guy pointed out, hey, this shit's super good and technological, why did it fucking crash? And the homie's like, dog, I don't know. I personally think, like I said, I think if it is, it's just drones. And they're like, who fucking cares? Which means if they're not going around trying to grab the technology as fast as possible, to stop us from getting it, it is not a foreign country. It is from someone or something that wouldn't give a shit if we had a part of their technology, because we wouldn't even know what the fuck to do with it to begin with. So, that's my personal opinion of it. And like I said, this entire stream has just been subject to my personal opinion. For now, please take it with a grain of salt, because we do not have, we don't know exactly what they're talking about yet. And until more solid evidence comes out, I wanted to just talk about it and have fun with it. So, with that out of the way, I say we are going to go raid somebody. It's been a lot of fun doing this stuff, though. Ooh. So, who we dropping? Where are we dropping, boys? Actually, hold up.
We're dropping anywhere that you choose, because you're the master of this ship and I'm just the fucking cohort.
That is true.
Taking a jump on the poop deck.
Oh, yeah? We ended stream? Yeah! We just finished up everything. I finished Zebder, and I'll be sending them the picture soon. Look at him. There's Zebder. That's what we finished. Yeah, it's Rewind.
Yeah.
Renetta the pet Rewind.
I've been here for a while.
Yeah, Renetta just got back. Big City Goth Alien GF, let's go! Hey yo, let's go! Also, I will be finishing this later. I need to send it to the commissioner. But I know who I'm gonna raid. I found them recently and they're very cute. So let's go raid them. They're doing art as well. It looks like they're doing emotes actually. Emote commissions for people. And they're very precious. So here you go. Quick, grab your messages!
No.
Hello?
Exactly.
We won? There we go. But yeah, they're very cute. I think I found them because their 3D model was made by Mads. Mads is a really cool bean. He doesn't stream, but I've been following him on Twitter for a while because for a while I was interested in commissioning him for blend shapes. But his commissions are either always taken immediately or down, so I'm gonna have to figure that shit out on my own. Bless you! I'm dead.
I know.
It is I. Dead man.
Dead.
But I'll see you guys tomorrow. More water. Thank you. I will sippy. I will take a final sip. Oh, let me actually turn this a bit because it's hot as fuck. There we go. Wobber. Yeah, let me get a little sippy sip. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're gonna keep drawing. I'm gonna see if I want to keep drawing.
Yeah.
Because I have like 7 redeem pieces to do now. But behave. Nice. Say hello to Cherry. Let her know that her model is adorable because it is. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay, bye-bye. Chef.
No.
Alright, bye, I guess it's...
Have an idea as the tic-tac works. I will ask that about that later. What?